Yes, we are. Okay. We are live, Joan. We are live. Welcome to the live stream where we do it live. I'm Tony D, and here's Little Joan. Little Joan's been very good this week, I have to say. You really turned it around, Little Joan. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. You've been very good, doggy. Had a little bit of an accident today, but that was understandable. I had an emergency. Nothing major. I just had to go take care of something and had to leave doggy home a little too long in the house. Those of you with a dog know my pain. Ardent, happy National Puppy Day. Oh, it's National Puppy Day, Joan. It's National Puppy Day. Isn't that nice? Oh, you're happy. I didn't know there was a National Puppy Day. There's a day for everything. When I was researching Book 16, I was researching holidays because I needed a holiday for August. You know, there's no real good holidays in August. Not really. Think about it. Can't think of a holiday in August. I guess it's because it's summer and really the whole month's a kind of a holiday. And I had to pick a very strange holiday to make that theme work in my book. But happy National Puppy Day. That's a good day. It's a good day. What did I do this week? Oof. It was a busy week. I did. What the heck was that? Oh, right. That was the Center for Independent Living. And that was one of the senior places. They were really nice to me. Then I did the Dirt Baggery podcast on Friday. And yesterday I did Valenzano Winery in Chemung, New Jersey. And I keep hearing rumors that they are going to be taken over and they're going to grow pot. But so far they're still cranking out the wine. So it's a great facility. So I did an event there, and I'll probably be back in May. And I'm doing another podcast tomorrow called the Alien Agenda Podcast. I wrote down 2 p.m. I hope it's at 2 p.m. Oh, and then Tuesday, it's Joan's Day because Joan is getting a haircut, everybody. So pray for Little Joan. Hashtag pray for Little Joan. It's a biannual event, I would say. And Joan does not like to be groomed. She does not like brushes. It's a whole friggin' ordeal. I literally go to the groomers with her, and I stay during the entire cut, which takes about 2 hours. Yeah. 2 hours of sitting in a room with the groomer, standing in the room with the groomer, trying to keep little Joan calm while she gets completely trimmed and washed and all that good stuff. So pray for little Joan. It's quite a day. Pray for me. Pray for me because I'm allergic to animal dander. Where is everybody? Oh, we're going to be talking about Snow White. Snow White. Oh my God, Snow White. Oh, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. It's probably as big as a disaster as Disney's ever had. Which is funny. Because it's sort of like, I think it's kind of going to bookend their company. You know, Snow White started, essentially put the company on the map and started its meteoric rise. And now the remake of the live action may end up finally killing it. Or at least, I think it's already dead. I think it's a dead company walking at this point. But this is the, like, giant red flag that nobody can ignore. Right? Nobody can ignore Snow White did not do well. And that is a huge strike against the company. But we'll be talking about Disney, as we often do. And this is all just my opinion, everybody, and the opinions of many of the posters here. And, of course, of Little Joan. She has very spicy opinions. Often I have to take those opinions to Rumble or Bitchute or Odysee because Too spicy for YouTube. Too spicy. So yeah. So without further ado, let's get into it. The final tally for the weekend is $43 million. Now, they had initially came out with an estimate, and they're pretty spot on with these estimates, I gotta say. More than not. It's rare that it underperforms or overperforms by, say, more than 5 million. So, the initial announcement, they had pegged it at about 55-60, which still wasn't great. It's still not good at all for a movie that allegedly cost $275 million, or possibly more. Who knows what it really cost. But now, and then eventually they lowered that to 45 million, and here it is at 43. So they're about there in the ballpark, but even that is a little lower than what they said. So 43 million for a movie that cost, I mean, 275. There's no way it can make its money back. No way. Next week, 20 million. Or next weekend. Weekend after that, 10 million, 5 million, 2 million, 1 million. Done. So in 6 weeks, this is going to be basically over. And domestically, might just crack 100 million, maybe, assuming it doesn't drop off a cliff next week, which will be another live stream next week. This could drop a lot lower than 20 million. Ideally, the drop off from the first week to the second week is 50% or less. If it's less than 50%, the movie has legs. If it's more than 50%, no legs. Next week is a little tough to call because this score is so low. So you got the diehards coming out to see this thing, and that's about it. So you might get some diehards next week too, and you might scrape by at 20, but I don't know. And they jammed this into 4,200 theaters, which is about I don't think I've ever seen it more than 4,200. So it's like in every theater they could possibly shove it into. Lord knows what they offer the theaters when they want to do this, right? I mean, maybe they offer them some sort of financial incentive. Maybe they cut the rate for showing of the movie just so, well, we won't get a lot of people for Snow White, but we'll make $2 a person more, and so let's show it on 2 screens, and hope Disney's marketing somehow works. And that's really, I think, what a lot of this is. I think it's Disney's marketing that got it to 43 million. Disney has great marketing. I mean, and when I mean great, I don't necessarily mean strategically smart anymore, because it would be strategically smart not to greenlight this movie. It would be strategically smart to realize, oh no, this will be a dud. Let's make this for $4 million. Which maybe they did. Who knows? Maybe they didn't spend as much money as they're touting. Indie Phantom is here. Snow Woke is blowing hard. Disney could end theaters in 2025. What a time. What a time to be alive. But wait, there's more. If you think the 43 million is bad, I said days ago that could do well in the international markets, because again, you're showing it in third world, second world countries that don't really have much of a movie industry of their own, and you could squeak out a lot of people. But what happened? Well, I'm clicking. It only did about 44.3 million. So it doesn't even crack 100 million on its first weekend. That is disaster. So worldwide, This is probably looking at about 150 million, maybe 200. If the thing goes exactly at 50%, it'll be 80, 120, then 140, 150, 155, 157, 158, and then if you add in all the other weekdays, you might just squeak to 200. Indie Phantom, third world hating Zegler. What's there to like? Some rich actress who's got the opportunity of a lifetime. And what's she doing with it? Well, some of it's not her fault, obviously. She's just collecting a paycheck. She doesn't really have say in how the movie's directed or written or produced. Although she does have influence. You know, she could say, not open her mouth off camera, which probably would have helped the movie a great deal. So imagine there was very little press on this, right? So imagine, like, Zegler doesn't give interviews at all, or she just gives the generic interview, like Gal Gadot did. Gal Gadot did pretty good on her press junket. She didn't really say anything all that controversial. And even if she said something about Israel, she's from Israel, so I don't think anybody's going to say, hey, shut up about Israel when she's actually from there. But Rachel Zegler is not Palestinian. So her opening her mouth up on the subject, not a good look. Just means she's some bossy girl who has an opinion, and the opinion just happens to align what everybody thinks is popular. But that's not really the zeitgeist, as we all know. Indie Phantom, Gal Gadot gets no pass from me. Remember that horrible coronavirus image, Unplugged, where celebrities sang about how awesome it was to be in lockdown? Yeah, I do. When she sang Imagine. But, yeah, not a good look. But she seemed to have learned her lesson, at least. Gadot can kick rocks, says Indie Phantom. They showed a picture of her from her beauty contest days. What a smoke show. Woo! She's Miss Israel. And it amazes me she wasn't picked to be Snow White, that she's picked to be the evil queen. But I don't think Gal Gadot can sing. The one thing people are saying about this movie is that Rachel Zegler can sing, which we kind of all knew. If they had done another cartoon version, which they might as well have, with the money they spent and the fact they ended up CGIing the dwarves anyway, they certainly could have had her do the voice. But, you know, could have just remade the old movie. Would have probably done better under the new animation, which I'm sure everybody would have complained about. Oh, it's nothing like the hand-drawn cells from 1937. But this is just, it's got every woke trope you could possibly think of. Everybody reviewing this they can't believe just how insanely woke it is. So, it's exactly what we talked about. Indie Phantom, there is a vid with both Zegler and Gadot crapping on the 1937 flick. Oh, really? So Gadot did say something. Oh. Well, I guess Zegler got all the attention. I must have missed that. But what they're saying is the movie is, first off, they cut out the biggest song in the original movie, which is Someday My Prince Will Come, which is a classic song. LeMay is here. Gal can't sing. They poorly switched to another singer. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. what else did they do? They, of course, made the movie not really about the prince. I don't even think the prince is in it. I think they made the love interest some sort of guy, random guy who's part of the resistance. So she leads the resistance to take back the kingdom. She don't need no man. LeMay, she is not going to be saved by the prince. Gal Gadot. Oof. Not a good look. Not a good look. Well, at least she didn't say weird, weird, weird. Because that got all the attention. And at least she shut up eventually, right? JEC is here. Hi, hi, hi. Indie Phantom. Godot, after this and Wonder Woman 84, will soon be back in the Israeli army. Well, I doubt it with the money she probably has banked. And her hotness. I'm sure she could just marry her way up the chain and find herself a billionaire like Salma Hayek did. LeMay, no prince but a thief. Yeah. All right. Something like that. Yeah, and then those guys who were in the, remember the leak? Everybody thought the leak was the original dwarves. Maybe they were, and maybe Disney just changed it all. But I think those guys are in it too, as a group of three thieves. So, oh, here's JEC. I think those 7 hobos we thought were the dwarves are in the movie, and one of them are the love interests. Yes, I believe. I think Gary at Neurotic had a video and mentioned that. I don't know. I watched so many. I watched the Critical Drinker had an amazing video on it. I watched Dave Cullen, Neurotic. I think I watched his. Everybody's doing a video on Snow White. JC, she shut up once she started going off on the events in the Middle East and pissed off the producers and told her to shut. Who are you talking about? Godot or Zegler? Because Zegler came out twice, right? She came out with the initial weird, which was the first one, and then later she came out again online, and I think a third time too. So she shut up for a while and then I think came back like 2 times. Ardent, LOL, after the leaks, I dubbed the Off-White and the 7 diversity hires. Filbert Coffee Esquire is here. Hello, Filbert Coffee Esquire. Filbert Coffee Esquire here with some interesting facts and comments. He says, between Rachel's attitude and Gal's support of genocide, what could go wrong? It's a bit strong. It's a bit strong. She's an Israeli. Her country's been attacked. I don't think she could come out with... I don't think she should be coming out with statements at all, quite frankly. But, she was in the IDF. She probably saw some stuff. Indie Phantom. Still, we can cherish the end of Zegler on the big screen. Can we? Can we? Keep in mind, Zegler was in one of the biggest flops in cinema. The remake of West Side Story, Woke Side Story as I call it. I wouldn't have put her in a single movie after that. And yet, here she is. She's in the Hunger Games prequels. There's 2 more of them coming out. I don't think she's going to miss a beat. Because Hollywood is tone effing deaf. I think Disney will continue to hire her. That's my prediction. Indie Phantom, Zegler went off on MAGA. Of course. Of course. No doubt everybody in the studio is telling her how stunning and brave she is. JC, Zegler, what religion are the film's producers? Give you one guess. Well, that's not necessarily true. Definitely not at Disney. There are, it's not the 1940s. In the 1940s, maybe you could say that. I don't even know. It's always been a hodgepodge of guys. Yeah, there's, a lot of various groups in Hollywood. I'll tell you what, there are a lot of now in Hollywood that wasn't the case even in like the 80s are women executives. There are a lot of women executives. And I don't say that as a slam against women, but the simple fact of the matter is women are more vulnerable to the woke mind virus because the lefty politics appeals to their nurturing nature. And unfortunately, a lot of women get tricked by it. It's true. It's sad. I think it's a terrible attack on women that the Marxists perpetrate. And I think it really is a situation where you have people in the corporate world who think that, well, yes, I'm a corporate executive and I'm very important, but I must do this thing in order to show everybody, number one, how virtuous I am, and number two, to save the world. Because they have all this money, so they're not feeling the pinch of anything. They don't feel the pinch if a movie loses money or makes money. It's just they're just making all kinds of crazy money. They're not really, pumped into news sources that aren't coming from the worst places in the world, network TV and the mainstream media. So they're getting lied to constantly. It's a bad mixture, and it leads to this, I think. And I think it's a lot of manipulation from the Chinese communist. And I've been, I think, vindicated to some extent by the recent revelation that there is a video game company called Ubisoft, and they just released this Black Samurai game. Well, it turns out that a Chinese company called Tencent owns 15% of Ubisoft. And it's very likely, and Razorfist tweeted this just the other day, it's very likely that they used their 15% stake in the company to push ESG. Why? Because they knew that ESG would eventually tank the company. And now Tencent is making a move to buy it. So here's the move. And this is a corporate thing. And the Chinese communists, I think, in my opinion, are doing this. They're coming in, they're buying into companies, they're pushing this diversity nonsense because they know it will hurt them. They beat it down, push it, until finally the entire company is on the verge of collapse, and then they walk in and buy it. I think they're going to do the same, attempt to do the same thing to Disney. I don't think they'll be successful with Disney, though. But in the meantime, Disney is getting absolutely crab hammered, as Sticks and Hammer would say. Ardent, they're making Hunger Games prequels? First I've heard of it. And I think you now owe the Star Wars prequels a bit of a break. Yeah, well, I mean, Hunger Games wasn't Star Wars, so, I mean, if I had to choose between watching the Star Wars prequels and the Hunger Games prequels, I think I would jump out a window. But, yeah, I mean, I haven't talked about the Star Wars prequels and how bad they are in a long time. Ardent, women are far more vulnerable to the Hollywood hollow-out as well. They end up looking like the life has been sucked out of them. Yeah, there was one celebrity. God, they showed her. I guess she was on Scrubs. She was this hot blonde. Now she's like in her late 30s, early 40s. She looks like a ghoul in Fallout. And she was wearing a low-cut top, and her boobs are like almost deflated. I mean, it was a sad look, and she's in something new. And I was just like, what happened to this woman? It looked like the life had been sucked out of her. Indie Phantom, women made Barbie a hit all by themselves. That is true. That is true. And good for them. That's a women movie. That's the kind of movies I think women probably should be making. They know the market. They know what they like. They know what women like. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think women know James Bond. Not really. Doesn't mean women can't work on James Bond, but at the end of the day, when you're making important decisions about the character and what should be shown, if you have some woman in the meeting going, well, you know, the woman should get a scene too, and she shouldn't just be an object, and blah blah blah. That's not James Bond. That's not James Bond. It's a male fantasy. And you may not like the male fantasy. I don't like the female fantasy. I wouldn't go see Barbie. If I had to go see Barbie, I'd be like, what am I seeing? God. Simu, Limu. I don't want to see this. But am I going to start a movement? There should be men with shirts on in Barbie. No, I don't care. Go watch your stupid movie. I'm not going to protest Magic Mike because you want to go see some guy hang dong. Do what you want. Have your movies. We'll have our movies. How about that? It's very simple. Philip Coffee Esquire. That's some rationalization. Thank you. Indie Phantom. It's a good theory, Tony. Thank you. Ardent. Self-defenestration is a valid option. Thank God. Indie Phantom saw the first Hunger Games and felt starved for entertainment. Indie Phantom. Ardent. That's when you yell, silence, wench. Well, I don't know if I'll be taking that relationship advice from you, but I'll consider it. But Snow White, yeah, here, I got the Rotten Tomatoes score. This started at 46, and it's already down to 43%, so it's going... Ardent, LOL. Ardent, no, that was business advice. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, like, if you told me a group of women wanted to remake Snow White, I'd be like, yeah, maybe. They could probably handle that. It's a movie. It's a movie that appeals to a lot of women. Now, if they turn it into this feminist mess, then I'd be like, oh, you made that. You're fired. I mean, you got to have the same sort of, the object of the game is to make money in the movie business. JC saw the first Hunger Games and thought Battle Royale was such an awesome movie. I wish I was watching Battle Royale. I kind of watched the Hunger Games only because Jennifer Lawrence was in it, and I thought, oh man, she's super hot. Maybe she'll be naked or near naked. And she wasn't. But then I watched No Hard Feelings, and she was completely naked. And I was happy. Indie Phantom. Tony not taking a date to Snow Woke? No, I am not. Me and my girlfriend are adults, and we don't need to see Snow White. But, and it's a musical anyway. Like, ugh. That's not for me. It's not for men. Musicals really aren't for men. They're really not. There's some exceptions. I mean, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Book of Mormon, because the South Park guys wrote it, and it is friggin' hilarious. And maybe a few others. JC. Jennifer Lawrence is mid. You shut your dirty mouth. Ardent. Jennifer Lawrence is sexiest when painted blue. Yes. No, you should watch No Hard Feelings. She does full frontal in that. And it's a pretty hilarious scene. Indie Phantom. Hottest Jennifer Lawrence and nudity is Red Sparrow. Decent flick. I heard she was super naked in that and super hot. Ardent. Same as Zoe Saldana and Green. I'm not as into Zoe. I'm just not. I guess during her Star Trek, when she first showed up in Star Trek, I was like, whoa, hotness. But I'm not into her as Gamora for some reason. She's just, I don't know, something about it. It's just not as hot. Ardent. Red Sparrow was okay. No Hard Feelings was fun. I like that movie. Because in the scene where Jennifer Lawrence is naked, she gets pissed off and is beating up these dudes, but she's just completely naked. She's pissed off because that's kind of her character. And the scene was kind of funny, so I laughed through the scene and I realized, oh my god, I missed the nudity. I had to wind it back to watch it again. And then I wound it back to watch it a third time just to be sure. Ardent, if you haven't seen The Losers with Jeffrey Dean Morgan or that Colombiana for sexy Zoe Saldana, perhaps. I don't know. She's kind of like annoying now. She seems a little woke now that she's been in that Emilia Perez movie. Indie Phantom. The blonde in the last Star Trek was way hotter. You mean the Yeoman Rand substitute? I think I know who you mean. Yeah, she was pretty big smoke show. Yeah. Not enough hot blondes to go around these days. I mean, Rachel Zegler's mid. I'll say that. Rachel Zegler is mid. She's not bad looking if you put her in the right makeup and clothes, but my God, look at her. She looks terrible in this. That is not a hot Snow White at all. That is like, I don't even know what that is. That is like peasant girl look or something. Indie Phantom. The blonde in the last Star Trek was way hotter. I think I read that. JEC. Colbiana sucked. Ardent at Indie Phantom. Alice Balloonies. What? Alice Balloonies, you could play Shakespeare from Eve. Are you talking about the blonde in Star Trek, I guess? Ardent, I have very low standards, and I even think Zegler is less than mid. Yeah, I mean, she looked okay in Y2K. Like that one, she's in like more modern clothes, and her hair and makeup's done, and she's the love interest, and she looks okay. She looks pretty good for the love interest, passable as a Hollywood love interest. But yeah, in this, she looks terrible. She doesn't have a unibrow, but she might as well have a unibrow. That's how terrible she looks in that shot there. Indie Phantom. Yes, Ardent, that is her. Oh, okay. But this is terrible. The reviews are just terrible. Although I gotta say, the popcorn meter, which is the people who use Rotten Tomatoes, allegedly normal people, they seem to like the movie. But I wouldn't trust Rotten Tomatoes. Not after Drag Me to Hell. No. Drag Me to Hell got such an insanely high rating, I said, I will never trust this site again. And I haven't. Ardent. Balloonies you could play Shakespeare from is a quote from Captain Boomerang in one of the 90s Manhunter comics. Wow, that's an obtuse take. It struck me so funny, I still remember it verbatim 30 plus years later. JC, they waxed her eyebrows, but not her back. Oh, I saw that picture. Woof. Why would you post that picture? Why didn't somebody stop her? Does she not have an agent and a publicist to run this by? Here, I've got this picture of me doing a sexy back thing. Oh my God, Rachel, you can't put this on the internet. Look closely. Oh no. Yeah, that was close. Well, we've saved your career. That's what should have happened, but apparently she just posted it and thought, oh, nobody will know my back is very hairy. I mean, that's not a good look for somebody who's supposed to be the fairest of them all. And for somebody who pissed off all of America with her stupid comments right before a movie's coming out. Ardent. They separated her eyebrows and got her eyes by accident. Ha! Indie Phantom. Tony, click on the People review on the popcorn meter for all reviews, and it's 23%. How is that? Oh my God! saying 28% here, but that's still crazy. Ardent, the furriest of them all. I don't know how this even works. I'll try all audience. Oh my God. Wow, all critics. Oh, all critics at 43. Top critics are at 28. That's weird. And normally the top critics shill for Disney for the most part. So it's like the other critics are shilling for Disney. But wow, okay, now I see. Oh my God. 23%. Well, this should be 43 and 23. That is obscenely low for a movie this much money. Indie Phantom, LOL. And it got 2.2 on IMDb. That's really low for IMDb. Everything hits at IMDb between like 4 to 7. That's like almost every rating is 4 to 7. Anything above that is super good. Anything below that is like eye cancer. And it hit 2.2 on that. And that just is the start. It'll probably go down. It won't go to the bottom, although it would be great if it did. It'd be great if this was like, it was getting 1s out of 10. I say great because they did this to themselves. They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to make this movie at all. They could have made a new movie. They could have made a new Snow White movie with, I don't know, a sequel to the old movie. Her and the prince are already married. Something happens. Ardent, be right back. Have to check an IMDb rating. Yeah, I believe it's 2.2. So, this movie is just, it's all over the trades, too. It's all over the freaking trades. So, when we look at the trades, we'll be talking about it some more, but when you put it in 4,200 theaters, you push it for, how long have they been pushing this movie? Since the pandemic. It's got to be 2 years they've been talking about this thing. Indie Phantom, she is white because she was born in a snowstorm. I heard that too. Ardent, the Dolph Lundgren Punisher has a 5.6 out of 10 on the IMDb for comparison, and that was bad. Yeah, they didn't even put him in the shirt. What's the Punisher? Oh, it's this guy with a cool shirt, and he kills bad guys. Yeah, let's get rid of that shirt. Oh, good idea, boss. While we're at it, let's get rid of the guns, the revenge, and let's call him Bill. Indie Phantom, lower that frickin' Dumbo remake. Oh, lower than that frickin' Dumbo remake. Another unnecessary movie. All these movies are incredibly unnecessary, Disney. Disney has become a sad parody of itself, cannibalizing its own back catalog this way, in my opinion. They're literally cannibalizing their own past to make money because this is the only way they could think of making money, I guess. Other than, I don't know, hiring me to write them an original screenplay that people would like. I mean, it's not that hard. It's really not. Ardent, Steve the Punisher. Sammy the Punisher. JC, Manos, the Hands of Fate has a score of 1.7 on IMDb. Snow White now has a 2.1. So dropped. It'll probably keep going lower. It'll probably get below 2. Because it does, as more people keep weighing in, typically the IMDb score goes down. I guess the haters get in late or whatever. I think in very rare instances it might go up, but Ardent, Wilberforce the Irked. Is that another movie? With an incredibly low IMDb score? I mean, this is the worst thing Disney's ever made, I think. Although, maybe you'd add the Black Hole into that. God, I hate that movie. I hate the Black Hole. I know. There, I said it. I know. Some of you say, "Oh, that's Isn't that an 80s classic? Just say it. I did. Regret it. Regret it. I want my $4 back, which is what I think I paid for the Black Hole at the time. I was like, oh, cool, an R-rated Disney movie, and then I watched it, and I was just like, what the hell is this? The Black Hole. All right, let's move on. Next week is going to be very interesting to see the drop off, because if this thing drops off a cliff, my God. I mean, there's going to be people at Disney calling their psychiatrist for help, because this thing does like 10 million next week and drops down to 5. Oh my God. Ardent, I saw it. Don't really recall the black hole. Only really remember that robot pulling the CIP from an eyeball sequence. Yeah, it's just an awful movie, I think. JC, Bill Cosby's Ghost Dad has a rating of 4.4 on the IMDb. Oh, that's not too bad. Indie Phantom, the black hole put me to sleep. Don't think it was R-rated. I think it was Disney's first R-rated movie, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me see. The Black Hole, 1979. What's it rated? Is it up here? Oh no, it was PG. Could have sworn this was R. Maybe it was the first PG movie in like a long time. Because they were very G-rated back in those days. It was the first something. Yeah, I guess there was no nudity. Ardent. Geely, effing Geely has a 2.6. Oh, Chip. Pulls the chip out of the eyeball. Yeah, I don't remember much about it, quite frankly. JC, Black Hole was Disney's answer to Star Wars, but they forgot the action, adventure, and pathos. Yeah, not to mention dialogue, plot, acting, direction, lighting, sound. All right. Number 2 is Black Bag. This is that spy movie starring Michael Fassbender and Kate Blanchett as a married couple, and he, of course, has to spy on his own wife, who may or may not be a double agent. So, 4.4 million, dropped by 42%. So you would think this maybe has some legs, but it's not a good start to begin with. But I got to think the budget on, I mean, this is only at 24 million. I got to think the budget on this thing was, yeah, there you go. It's at 60 million. This ain't even going to make its budget back. This is done. Next week, 2 million, maybe it makes another 10 million altogether. But this was more for, was this Netflix or Amazon? I forget. JC, Black Hole was Disney. Oh, I read that one. Ardent, Down and Out in Beverly Hills is technically Disney's first R-rated flick, but Touchstone made it as a Disney subsidiary. JC, The Spy Who Cucked Me. Yes. It's a solid joke. I think we made it last week, but it's solid enough to make again. Indie Phantom, Tron kind of sucks too, but love the arcade game. I kind of like Tron. I thought it was fun, the first one. But I was a big video game kid. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, it'd be cool to be in a video game. That would be cool. And at the time, those were cool effects. They were cool effects. And it does, say what you want about the Tron movie, but compare the pacing of the first Tron movie to the sequel. Holy F. The sequel is a snooze fest. It's so boring and so terrible. The first one has an awesome sequence when he first gets sucked into the Matrix or whatever. It's a great sequence. Like, he doesn't know what's happening. He's trying to get on his computer to fix what's going on, as the guy who can do computers. And then he gets zapped, you see the thing behind him moving around, and it zaps him and starts taking him apart piece by piece and putting him in the computer. It was pretty cool. Arden, technically, Deadpool Wolverine was an R-rated Disney flick, but not really, as it was a Marvel flick. Same deal. Doesn't look like Disney has released any R-rated fare under its own mark or marquee. JC, that's the third time I made it. It's my review of it having only seen the trailer. Ah, that sounds terrible. How could you review a movie only seeing the trailer? What's wrong with you? Indie Phantom. There is another Tron coming, I think. I know. It's Tron Ares, starring, of course, Jared Leto. That's right. Because Jared Leto apparently wants to be in every terrible movie until he dies. I don't know what has happened to Jared Leto. I thought he was an okay actor and he was in stuff, and then suddenly he was in every terrible movie that has ever been made. And he seems to keep gravitating towards them. I don't know why. I'm surprised he's not in Snow White. Ardent at Indy. That'll be a fourth then, I think. Ardent, isn't there already a Tron Resistance animated? I don't know. Is there? There's a cartoon? The arcade game was sweet. That would be a stand-up arcade game I would totally buy. I don't remember a cartoon, but maybe. Number 3, up from number 4. Huh. Captain America Brave New World. Is that coming back? That would be crazy. 4.1 million. Finally starting to take it out of theaters, probably the double screens. Indie Phantom, I will resist another Tron. Yes, so it's wise. Ardent, Uprising, not Resistance. That was the series. I'd rather see more Starship Troopers related films, animated or not. I'm a little wary of the Starship Troopers remake. I think they're going to woke it up. I'm not sure who's making it yet, but I really don't trust them to remake Starship Troopers anything close to the movie, or anything close to the book for that matter. Ardent, I managed to see Captain America 4. Don't. Way ahead of you, but sure. Sure, that was a given. Didn't want to see that. February release on Valentine's Day. Take your sweetie to Captain America Brave New World and watch a Red Hulk fight a black man who's Captain America in this movie because of reasons. And it'll be romantic in its own weird way if you love the MCU, and Harrison Ford as an 80-year-old man turning into a Hulk. Jesse is here. Hi, Jesse. Salutations, friends. I still have work, so I yet again can't talk much. Oh, well, Ardent says hello. JC, the book was based as hell. The remake is doomed. Yeah. Heinlein was pretty based. Pretty damn based. So yeah, it's gonna be, you already know how it works. They're gonna recast everybody and race swap them, and they're not gonna bring back any of the old actors, because that'll be a thing. There'll be a couple of people who will be, let's say, of light skin. They will be the incompetent people who are brutally murdered by the bugs, and the patriarchy will be explored, as well as various colonial mindsets. And then at some point they'll talk to the bugs, but instead of saying it's afraid and everybody going yay, they'll say, oh, Yeah, it's telling me we've colonized its homeworld and we've hurt all its people. And they'll go, oh no, we did that? Yeah, we really got to have a dialogue here and work out all our problems. Oh, all right. Ardent, LOL, Hulk versus Captain America. But the T and T is wrong. But the tint is wrong. Indie Phantom, first Starship's FX still look amazing. Let's see. What else is going on here? Let's see. Captain America Brave New World. Do we get a budget on this thing? Now they say 180 million, but that can't even be, there's no way that's right. That what they're making a worldwide box office, that might be right. 400 million. That sounds about right for what they spent on this thing. JC, I mean Rico was supposed to be Filipino already. Yeah, just follow the book. I mean, sometimes the books will have things that are, totally diverse or whatever. But you know how it goes. They're going to change everything. They're going to make them all women. Yeah, the women will do all the heavy fighting. Ardent, 180 for the second filming, maybe. Yeah, exactly. I think they should just. I mean, maybe there's a chance that they'll turn it all around on a remake of Starship Troopers because they know what's coming in the zeitgeist and they're ready to say, oh, we're going to make $10 gazillion here. Let's just make it super based. But I don't know. Indie Phantom, Brainbug could make a nice popcorn bucket. Oh, I'm sure they'll be doing that because I know there's nothing more I enjoy than going to the movies and paying $30 for a piece of plastic shaped like one of the characters that I watched in the movie that I didn't even like. Ardent, LOL, Dizzy was not best girl in the book. I know there's a big thing about Dizzy and Carmen. I don't know. I don't even think I watched the whole run of Starship Troopers. I should watch it. I think I watched half of it and never finished it. Not because I thought it was bad. I was just I was over a friend's house and I don't think we got to watch the end of it. Indie Phantom. There were women showering topless with men in the first Starship Troopers. Yeah, well, kiss that goodbye. Kiss that goodbye. Although we might get to see, some topless trans women. Yeah, maybe Disney will throw that in if it's Disney who makes it. I'm not even sure who's making it. Yeah, no boobies. No more boobies, everybody. That's gone from cinema. That used to be a staple of cinema. You couldn't even make a movie without casting the boobs. That, for one of the horror movies, you had 100% you needed boobs in it. 100%. I worked on one of those movies, and they were like, "Okay, we gotta have boobs in the scene," and I was writing it, and I was like, "Well, do you want to have a guy and a girl?" And they were like, "No, why don't we have a lesbian scene? Then we have two sets of boobs." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll write that." So we wrote in a lesbian sex scene that gets interrupted, but you could see some boobs. It was just for the boobs. That's the only reason the scene's in the movie. Ardent at Indie Phantom. That was appreciated because it was titillating, but also showed that they were not being treated, or they were being treated as equals. Ardent, no more Jubilees? Sad face. Yeah, I mean, when's the last time you seen a movie with boobs that were just there? I mean, a lot of times they just don't put them in anymore. Part of it is the makers of the movies don't want the liability of having a scene, a gratuitous scene with boobs, and God forbid your male actor, your male lead, get into the scene, let's say, and do something a little more forward than the actress was expecting. I mean, she could end up suing everybody. So, doesn't matter how many, it doesn't matter how much I mean, fortunately, I think that trend's finally reversing itself. I mean, I was really happy that Mikey Madison won for Honora because she did make a statement saying, you know, I think the intimacy coordinators are, what did she say? That they were unnecessary or a little much or something. And she was super naked in that movie. Just very comfortable with her nudity, and I appreciated that. Ardent, we deserve gratuitous boobs. Yeah, it was an Airplane. Airplane has a great scene wherein like the plane's going down and everybody's panicking, and then suddenly a topless woman comes running in and then shakes her boobs and runs out. So great. Yeah, every slasher movie had boobs in it. At some point, there would be a hot chick in her 20s, totally topless. Once in a while, even bottomless. So, but now they shy away from that. They shy very far away. Unless you get a movie like Nora where the character was a stripper, so they kind of couldn't get away from it. They did it in No Hard Feelings, which I thought was, they didn't have to do it in that movie, but it was funny. Ardent, Klaatu Barada Nicotine means I'm going for a smoke. You fool! I've opened the gates to hell. Indie Phantom, boobs were why I loved horror as a kid. Yeah, it's why I loved boobs as a kid. It just, and look, it was gratuitous sometimes, but so what? You're supposed to be entertained in a movie. You know, instead, what they're doing is we're trying to cast women of different body types. Well, that ship sailed a long time ago. Have you seen SVU, Law and Order? Law and Order, I used to watch Law and Order all the time. And the one thing I noticed, even though the show was supposed to be gritty, New York, you know, crime and cops, each cast member was hotter than the next. That blonde on Law and Order, who was the prosecutor, holy smokes, was she hot. Just one of the hottest chicks on television at the time. I was like, she's too hot for this show. I just don't believe, you know, they would just hire the hottest actors for that show, and I'd just be like, there any, I've been to New York. There's a lot of ugly people in New York. Where the hell are the ugly people committing crimes? JC, bottomless? Like in Sleepaway Camp? Like in a lot of movies. But usually it was dark and you kind of see Bush, but you kind of don't. Ardent, gates to hell? Well, yeah, I need a light. But you know, it wouldn't be very long. It would just be long enough you'd go, ooh, did I just see Bush? And it'd be totally distracting too, depending on the movie. Number 4 is Mickey 17 drops from 3 in its third week. This, it turns out, is a very disappointing movie from what I've heard. I thought the trailer looked decent. I liked the concept. I did not realize Mark Ruffalo was in it until later. And, because I don't even think he's in the trailer. Now that I think about it, it's all Robert Pattinson. But apparently he does a really bad sort of Trump character, and then the third act kind of falls apart. So that's a shame. 3.9 million, though. This thing make its money? 110 million? Maybe just made its budget back. I don't know what the hell they seem to spend a lot of money promoting this. So, plus they delayed the movie, so that was longer. JC, Tony doesn't remember Sleepaway Camp's twist ending. LOL. I guess I don't. Most of those movies sort of blend together. Is that some kind of vagina with teeth ending that I'm thinking of? Or am I thinking of something else? I don't know. Number 5 is Novocaine, dropping from 1 to 5. Ouch. Dropped by 57%. Well, that doesn't have legs. I like the look of this movie. I think I might still see it. but it only made 21 million. Kind of doesn't surprise me. It's kind of an action comedy. That's a shame. It looked good. It looks fun. Rated R for adult situations. Disappointing. JC, it's a man, baby. Oh my God. That does sound like a twist ending. So you're looking at boobs and then there turned out to be man boobs? That's wrong. Ardent rewatched the Ed Norton Hulk movie earlier. The CGI is still pretty good. I like that one. I like Tim Roth is really good in that, I think, as the Abomination. I like the scene. I think it's, yeah, he fights the Hulk before they, I think before they juice him up and turn him into the Abomination, or they give him a little bit of some of the juice so he can fight the Hulk. I like that scene where he's just not strong enough to beat him, but he comes really close. It's a good scene. Number 6, premiering at number 6, The Alto Knights. Oh, this movie. This dropped today? Oh, man, this is another one that I think is just mainly for streaming. 3.1 million. So, Robert De Niro and Robert De Niro star. So De Niro plays not one, but 2 mob bosses in this. And they're both friends. And they both talk to each other. And they're both hilarious because they're basically the same character. It's De Niro doing his mob boss. And, yeah, it's kind of the ultimate Robert De Niro movie. I mean, Robert De Niro really jumped the shark, didn't he? Ardent, Tim Roth is always good. Loved him in Rob Roy and the Musketeers. He loves stage swordplay. I love him and Gary Oldman in Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. That movie is friggin' hilarious. Indie Phantom, double De Niro clown show. It really looks horrifically bad. De Niro getting mad at De Niro. What am I, a clown to you? No, what are you a clown to me? Or am I a clown to you? I don't know. It's like the same, he does the same shtick. It's the same shtick every time he does it. He puts on a hat and glasses for the other guy. He looks nothing like the 2 mob bosses. He just looks like a generic mob boss. I don't know why he did this, other than, I don't know, he's completely a caricature of himself now. Ardent, never seen the Rosencrantz thing. We'll look for it. Oh, it's really good. It's based on a play. And the idea is Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are 2 characters from a Shakespeare play, Hamlet, right? I think it's Hamlet. And they follow them while the plays, the Shakespeare play, the events of the Shakespeare play are going on, but instead of following the play, you're following Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, what they're doing. And it's very funny. Indie Phantom. Also, they had to pay De Niro twice. Hey, you gotta pay me twice. Yeah, let's not cast another actor. Then you'll have to pay me twice. That would be pretty funny. Ardent should make a Pagliacci movie where Pagliacci is sad like in Watchmen, and have De Niro pay Pagliacci. I don't know. Robert De Niro, it's so weird because in the 70s and 80s, Robert De Niro was considered the actor, right? He was like, it's hard to compare anybody to him, but like Leonardo DiCaprio now is like kind of the big actor, the actor's actor guy. For a while, for a long time, it was De Niro. After The Godfather 2, people especially, I mean, he had already done Taxi Driver, and Taxi Driver and Godfather 2 are great. But, you know, he was considered like the guy. He didn't do just any regular movie. He only did super high-end movies. You can't get De Niro for everything. You can only get De Niro for the best. That was the reputation he had back then. Now his reputation is, it's dropped so low in my view. I'm not even interested in seeing it. He's going to do Meet the Fockers 4. I mean, it was weird when he even did a comedy. Now he's doing a fourth sequel to that movie? Ardent, Ronin is where De Niro peaked for me. Where could I... Is that the Ed Norton movie where they steal the paintings and stuff? Is that Ronin? Because that might be the same movie I'm thinking of, too. Yeah, that would probably... That's right around where he peaked for me. Should have just retired, man. It's like him and Harrison Ford. I think they've both wrecked their own legacies. You know? The longer they're around, the worse their movies become for me. Ardent, Analyze This was only good because of Billy Crystal. Yeah, I mean, that was really sad caricature that De Niro did. Like, if he had only done that movie and not all the other crap comedy films and other films he's done, I could have forgiven it, but no. Indie Phantom, I love Cape Fear and Casino era De Niro. Yeah, those were good movies too. Ardent, that's the score about 5 years later. Oh, okay. JC, I've seen Ronin. I don't remember it. I sort of vaguely remember the poster. That's why I think I confused it with the score. Indie Phantom, Bit De Niro is tainted as all hell now. But De Niro is tainted as all hell now. Yes. I agree. I can't look at him the same way. A lot of actors have done that between their behavior off screen, with politics especially, and just the general choice of their movies. I mean, The Irishman was a complete joke. A complete joke. The CGI is god awful. And, you know, I get it. You could do this deep fake where you could put De Niro's face and make it younger, but they would have been better off doing a deep fake on a younger actor and letting the younger actor walk around, because the body language in that movie is ridiculously bad. And I can't believe they didn't address it, because De Niro's supposedly an actor, and any actor would have looked at that scene in The Irishman. There's a scene in The Irishman where he beats up a guy, but it doesn't look like his body language is in control of the fight. It's more like an old man swings at a dude and he goes flying the second he touches him. And it should have been a young actor with vitality and energy with De Niro's face, cropped on top of it in a deep fake. But I think they tried to use the technology too early and it didn't work, and they didn't realize what they were doing. Ardent at JEC. It's kind of a generic action flick, but good car chases in Gene Reno. JC, Irishman wasn't terrible. It was an old man movie, though. Too long, and the de-aging effect looked bad in certain shots. Yeah, I thought it looked horrible. What was the other movie that was terrible, too? Righteous Kill with Al Pacino. Oh, brutally bad movie. And De Niro's horrific in it. Al Pacino's okay. Like, Al Pacino kind of holds his own in it, but not De Niro. I just watched that movie. I was astounded those two actors were even in it. Al Pacino's kind of the same way, but Pacino, I think, is a little more selective with his movies than, there was a time when Pacino became a caricature of himself, but at least his movies in that era were kind of a hit, and people enjoyed it. De Niro's caricature of himself, I think, is just depressing and not entertaining. Um, so this is just, I mean, if you haven't jumped the shark with De Niro by now, this movie has to push you over. I mean, it just De Niro talking to De Niro. Come on, is there any more of an illustration of how same his delivery is in most of the things he does? You know, he's not a guy who's good on accents or anything like that. He was always just good in quiet roles. And, early on in the taxi driver role and a few others. But, I mean, now I compare him to an actor like Gary Oldman. My God, Gary Oldman has done some characters. Whew. Different characters. Gary Oldman compared to De Niro, I mean, he's a chameleon. He's a freaking chameleon. Indie Phantom. I like Irishman, but that de-aging was crap. Really? You guys really like The Irishman? See, I didn't like it, and I normally like movies that are shot locally. That movie was shot partly, or a lot, in Philadelphia, and they actually shot at a restaurant I've been at a bunch of times called Villa de Roma, which hasn't changed since back in the day. And if you're ever in Philly, go to Villa de Roma. Bring cash, by the way. And it's like one of the best meals you'll ever have. Ardent. Gary Oldman is a friggin' chameleon, LOL. He really is. Indie Phantom. Oldman is Sid Vicious. Yep. Sid Vicious. He's the weird drug dealer in True Romance. He's the villain in The Fifth Element. I mean, he's got so many roles. He's that crazy cop in that one movie. I forget the name. Sam Rogers is here. Hello, everyone. Ardent says hello. Welcome, Sam. Don't worry. We'll get into the Snow White stuff again when we get to the trades. We were just bashing on De Niro. Indie Phantom. I want New Jersey pizza bad. Well, everybody does. I just ate at a local pizza joint. And every local pizza joint in New Jersey has like a full menu of Italian food, and it's always pretty decent. And sometimes they have a restaurant next door to the pizza place, which is the place I ate at tonight. It was really good. Indie Phantom, underrated Oldman as Oswald in JFK. Did I see that? I must have seen that. I think I did see that. I don't remember him as Oswald, though. Ardent. Oldman, Dracula. Great in that. Drexel, Zorg. Cop in The Professional. Beethoven in Immortal Beloved, I think. JC. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Wasn't great. I felt like an old man wrapping up his mobster trilogy with Goodfellas, Casino, and Irishman. It's the weakest out of the three for sure. He did that other one with Al Pacino, where Al Pacino's Jimmy Hoffa. That one, he's super weak in that, but Al Pacino's super strong in it. He's a really good Jimmy Hoffa. But like De Niro is like dead weight in that movie. I forget what it's called. Might even be called Jimmy Hoffa. Number 7, dropping from 5, is The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie. And this is very disappointing that it didn't do well. But I think they kind of screwed up the marketing on this one. Ardent, I hate Goodfellas so much. What? What? Wow. 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 I am shocked. JEC. That's Irishman. Oh, is that Irishman? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. I separated the parts with Pesci because I separated the parts with Pesci and Al Pacino. Um, yeah, Al Pacino's good in that movie, but De Niro bad. Alex Ogle is here. Evening, Nat Sees. Movie pitch in the style of Super Troopers. Shucks Canucks. Sydney Sweeney in a bikini has been president of the United States for years. But wait, there's more. Irishman is the one with Jimmy Hoffa. Yeah. Oh, okay. Ardent. Yep, just despise that movie. I'd rather rewatch The Usual Suspects a dozen times than ever be subjected to Goodfellas ever again. Wow. Shocking. Alex Ogle. And her electorate still give her standing ovations even though they may be sitting down, but is struggling with sour relations with the neighbor to the north. She decides to run for prime minister. Indie Phantom, Goodfellas is one of the best flicks ever. Yeah, I agree. JC, Goodfellas is literally the best movies, one of the best movies ever made. Yeah, I have to agree with that. Yeah, I think you're in the minority here, Ardent. Alex, as well as president. But the Canadians are so limp-wristedly gay that they keep voting for Justin Trudeau in a bikini. That the story is convincing Canada to become based and straight. We could turn the movie into a trilogy with a classic hero's arc, with Canadians becoming so based they respond with their hottest and greatest. All right. Well, let me see a draft on that first part of the trilogy and outlines on the other three, or the other two. But getting back to Looney Tunes, dropping from 5 to 7, I mean, this movie probably didn't stand a chance, but I kind of was rooting for it. 1.8 million in its 15th week. I'm not sure how they released this thing. Ardent, I'm okay with being a minority when you're all wrong. That's sad. That is sad. Ray Liotta is dead, Ardent, and you besmirch him. Besmirch him. He's in Goodfellas, right? I'm not confusing that with Casino, am I? No, he's in Goodfellas. Yeah. JC, you're insane, Ardent. Yeah, I really wanted The Day the Earth Blew Up to be good and popular, but I don't know, Looney Tunes, they've been beating this drum for a long time. There's a rumor Warner Brothers is going to sell the whole damn thing. Alex, well, Looney Tunes is still a thing? Haven't they turned Porky Pig Muslim by now? They have not. But that would be incredibly blasphemous if they did, and kind of edgy. The rumor is Warner Brothers is going to sell Looney Tunes, maybe to Ketchup Entertainment, who seems to be very interested in keeping Looney Tunes alive. But the movie didn't get great reviews. Sam Rogers, was that the real Canadian history? Given everything that's happened, I have to at least consider it's real. Yeah, it's not, but it could be. Indie Phantom, I could watch Goodfellas any day of the week and not be bored. I do like Goodfellas. For me, that movie is probably Animal House. That's like a movie, if you turn it on, my eyes will just instantly start to gravitate towards whatever thing is playing it, and I'll probably be locked in, and you'll have to like say, hey, get my attention again. Ardent at Sam Rogers. I wish I'd vote for Sydney Sweeney in a bikini. Number 8, up from 9, The Monkey, 1.5 million. This is based on a Stephen King thing. People find this entertaining. I'm not surprised. I guess it was still written in the era when Stephen King was still entertaining. Alex Ogle with Snow White and Captain America topping the charts. This must be the slowest week in movies in years. Well, we haven't gotten to the total. I I think it's going to be more than last week, because last week it was 50 million. So this is definitely more than 50 million. Number 9 is Dogman, down from 8, 1.5 million. So it's really a neck and neck race between The Monkey, Dogman, and possibly The Last Supper. Drops from 6 to 10, 1.3 million. That's a religious movie. Ooh, dropped 52%. That's about right. Paddington in Peru is at 11, dropping from 7. Alex Ogle with Snow White. Oh, I read that one. Indie Phantom. Artem, put yourself in a timeout for that Goodfellas hate. Number 12 is Locked. Okay, so this is a new movie. Who is it? It's Anthony Hopkins and Bill Skarsgård. And Anthony Hopkins isn't in the movie much. Anthony Hopkins is really getting up there. But he's mainly in movies for his voice now. But the premise of the movie is Bill Skarsgård is like a car thief who tries to steal Anthony Hopkins' car. And when he gets in the car, Anthony Hopkins has rigged the car so he can't get out. Indie Phantom, I hear mixed things on The Monkey. Yeah, me too. But at least it has, like, I think, satisfying death scenes. I think that's why people like it. But this one didn't look too bad. I mean, the premise is okay. So Skarsgård is trapped in the car, and, like, Anthony Hopkins is torturing him, basically. And then I guess he wants something from him. I'm not exactly sure what he wants from Bill Skarsgård, but he can't get out of the car. Like, it's all been rigged and reinforced, and it forces him to drive around, or the car drives itself, I'm not sure. And then at the end of the movie, he meets Anthony Hopkins, and I don't know, they have some scene. So, and like, he can't get out of the car, and there's nothing to eat or drink in the car, and he turns on the heat, and then he freezes them. He does, everything a car can do to him. Indie Phantom. Locked is a remake of the foreign flick called 4x4, which looks kind of awesome. 4x4 is on Tubi. Might check it out. Oh, yeah, definitely. I'd rather see the original movie than a remake. Huh. Interesting. I'll have to check that out too. I love Tubi. If Tubi ever goes public, I will instantly buy the stock. They're doing things smart, I think. I think they're the future. Number 13 is Last Breath. This is that Woody Harrelson diving movie. In its 4th week, 900,000. Number 14 is Ash. Premieres at 14. Ooh, that is not a good premiere. It's $716,000. I believe this is an outer space movie. A woman wakes up on a distant planet and finds the crew of her space station viciously killed. Her investigation into what happened sets in motion a terrifying chain of events. Yeah, it's kind of like one of these people wake up and they don't remember movies. And I think Aaron Paul's in this one, if I'm not mistaken. It didn't look great, though. Yeah, it's probably coming out at the wrong time. But not doing well. There we go. Alex Ogle. There is only one monkey. He's on a journey to the west to recover Buddhist scrolls with a fish spirit, pig spirit, and a boy priest. The spirit of monkey is irrepressible. Indie Phantom. Ash, but not Evil Dead Ash. Big miss. Number 15. Magazine Dreams. This is the Jonathan Majors movie, where he plays a bodybuilder who is messed up. Messed up in the head. $700K. Also not doing well. He's consumed with being the world's greatest bodybuilder, but he is not going to do it. It's going to be one of these sad, depressing movies about a guy who gives everything and he's just not good enough, I think. But I'll say this for Jonathan Majors, he's got the physique for it, doesn't he? But they are really trying hard to rebuild this guy's rep after what happened. The more information came out about his I guess it was sexual. Was it sexual assault or assault conviction? I forget. He had like hit his girlfriend or something, and then more came out and made him look even more guilty. I think. Yeah, it didn't look good. I sort of like at first didn't believe it because there was this weird video of them, and it showed like Majors taking off in the car, like trying to get away from her. It felt like she was bothering him, but of course I hadn't seen every little piece of evidence, but I was like, maybe this isn't what it seems. But it seems like maybe something bad happened. I don't know. Indie Phantom, I thought Magazine Dreams was about Playboy. No, it's about trying to rebuild Jonathan Majors' career and reputation. Now he's married, and I think he's trying to go for like a squeaky clean image to try to get past his recent conviction. But, and then he made noise the other day. Oh, if Marvel wants me back for Kang, I'd be willing to do it. And it's just like, who the heck wants Kang back? After what happened, there's no way they're going to bring you back. But, so things not going well for his indie movie. Number 16 is Mufasa, The Lion King, dropping from 11, $700K. Number dropping from 12 to 17 is Opus, which is this movie with John Malkovich in it. Not doing well at all. Dropped 72%, and it's in over 1,200 theaters. So that's a pretty good showing, and it's not doing well. No one's seeing that movie, I would say. Indie Phantom, Magazine Dreams was at Sundance even before his scandal. So it is just being dumped finally. October 8th, 250K in its second week. It's up 7%, which means they started it probably in a handful of theaters. And now it's coming up. One of Them Days going out of theaters, the female version of Fridays, in its 10th week. Anora, still in theaters, 155K in its 23rd week. Ephus, in its third week, going in the other direction, up 26% at 108K. A Complete Unknown, $64,000 in a handful of theaters, 13 weeks. On Becoming a Guinea Fowl, in its third week, $59,000. The Unbreakable Boy, Lionsgate's Zachary Levi film, in its fifth week, $52,000. Heart Eyes is still in theaters, $46K. Sonic the Hedgehog 3, also $46K. Moana 2, 17th week, $44K. Oh, here's something that premiered. Misericordia. I don't know what that is. Let us look. Misericordia. Jeremy returns to his hometown for the funeral of his former boss, the village baker. He decides to stay for a few days with Martine, the man's widow. But a mysterious disappearance, a threatening neighbor, and a priest with strange intentions make Jeremy's short stay in the village take an unexpected turn. Ho ho ho. I would say that. That doesn't sound bad. It's not doing very well, 92K. Indie Phantom, theaters are flicking dead. Can't be understated. Don't sugarcoat it. This is apocalyptic level bad. Yeah, nobody's going to see movies. Why would you go see these movies? Why would you spend $20 to go see a movie these days? I just don't want to do it. I don't want to spend the money. I just spent $32 in a restaurant and I had a great meal. And that is inside me, and it feels good. I'm going to spend $20, go to a movie and get a bunch of crap snacks. No. No. At least if you had some sort of experience, you know, that I could enjoy, that would be worth the $20 or whatever I'd end up spending, or lower the prices, or I don't know, you got to give us more for the dollar. Indie Phantom, at least back in the day, Hollywood could weather a few Battlefield Earths and Geelys. Well, I used to have, back in my day, in the 80s, we used to have dollar movies. So you had the first run movies in the regular theaters. You had art house movies, but you had dollar movies. And what dollar movies were movies that were out of theaters from like 3 months ago, let's say, or more. And, this is back in the day when they were actually on film. So the theaters would just run them for $1. And they were old movies, within that year, but older. And if you missed them, you can go to the dollar movie. And that was a nice night. Pay $1, buy some, and then you're going to buy popcorn. Why not? But now it's like $20 to go see a movie. It's too long. It's a half hour of previews and commercials. There's nothing in the theater worth buying for food. I mean, nothing anymore. The popcorn sucks. Let's be honest. The popcorn sucks. It sucks. It's not good popcorn. Soda is bad for you. The candy is the candy's like $5. Yeah, you get a big giant box. It's $5. Candy is nothing. Candy is literally nothing in terms of cost. And they're not even making it well anymore. Like in the 80s, like chocolate was pretty delicious. Now the chocolate they make, they put this chemical in it. It's the same chemical. I swear to God this is true. It's the same chemical as that's in vomit. And so when Europeans eat our chocolate, especially like Hershey's chocolate, a lot of times they say, oh, this tastes like vomit. And there's a reason for that. There is this weird chemical that's similar to vomit, and it's mostly masked by the chocolate. But if you have really good chocolate and then eat a piece of, say, the cheaper chocolate with this chemical in it, you'll taste it. You will effing taste it. And for my money, almost every movie theater I know has the cheapest candy and snacks in there, and they charge outrageous sums. And I just don't even go to the snack bar anymore. If I go to the movie theater, I walk right past the snack bar. I'm not going to spend a dime. If I'm hungry, I'm going to bring snacks and shove them in my pocket and eat them in the theater in the dark. And I've done that plenty of times. You could bring a can of something or a container of something. They're not going to search you. What theater's going to search you? What theater kid is going to search me, a 59-year-old man? He's not going to search me. I'll wear my jacket. I'll bring all the food I want. It's ridiculous, the food. So that experience is dead. The friggin' wait time is ridiculous. And then the movies themselves are pretty bad, and they're too long. So I'm there for 3 hours because half an hour of ads and previews, a movie that usually lasts 2+ hours, it's just too long. Either give us a nice, tight movie experience like we used to have, a 90-minute movie. Then you could put maybe a half hour of previews or 20 minutes of previews maybe ahead of it. You're there about 2 hours. you're headed to the parking lot at the end of 2 hours. That's all I'm saying. Let's see. Alex Ogle, Misery Concordia doesn't sound as fun as Les Vaxi de Mehulu, or as bravely as Le Grand Buffet, or as outrageous as Amisi May. Indie Phantom. Yeah, the second run cinemas were big in Canada too. Last one's died probably around 2012 or so. Yeah, I haven't seen a dollar run movie situation. God, maybe in the 90s we still had them. Alex Ogle at Indie Phantom. There's a cinema in town here that plays older films and artsy stuff. Trouble is that this is a woke town and their film selection reflects that. That's another problem too. I mean, we used to have in Philly, I think it's still open, there was a screen like that, and they would show the craziest films. But yeah, now everybody's super woke. I don't know. The other thing is too, you could just get those weird films online somewhere if you search hard enough, or you can go to Amazon and either rent it or buy it. So it's kind of like not worth going all the way into Philadelphia for me to see a movie like that, unless I have to see it on the big screen or I'm trying to make a night out of it or whatever. But these days, I don't want to be in Philadelphia for any reason whatsoever. Indie Phantom. Yeah, what the F happened to popcorn? Probably the cheapening of, I would guess, the butter-like substance they put on it now. It's gross to me. It doesn't taste like popcorn. It doesn't taste like butter. It tastes like butter-like things. And now with all the RFK getting up into everybody's grill about all the terrible things that are in food, I can't wait until he gets to the popcorn butter analysis. I already stopped eating M&Ms because of red dye number 2 or yellow dye number 5 or whatever it is. That was something that came out back in the 70s, but they didn't ban it. I thought they had banned it, but apparently they never did. So it's been in food all this time, like yellow dye or whatever. So in America, it's all about making the food look good when you're talking about cheap food, because I guess it's not very good, and therefore if you could just make it look good, people will eat it. Indie Phantom. That is cool, Alex. We have a couple of small ones like that now, just single screens. Prices are not lower, though. Alex Ogle. Tony has oversized pockets to sneak food in the theaters. One for the pizza, one for the toppings, and one for the pineapple. Never! I actually did smuggle a pizza once into a movie theater. Yeah. I considered it a challenge, and a challenge was successful. I brought the whole pizza in, and I ate the pizza. Me and my friends. But the best was the night I got Chinese dumplings. And it was a Chinese place that was right next to the theater. And on the way in, I was like, oh man, I want some food, but I don't want theater food. So I got the dumplings, and I hid them in my jacket. And I had a good time. Ardent. I worked in a small theater during the early 2000s, I'm going to say, so I could part-time and watch Lord of the Rings and Star Wars movies free. And they used the cheapest trash margarine instead of butter. Yes, that's what I figured. It's awful. Alex Ogle. I was digging through my music to play in my car and came across an album of Vangelis singles. He's recorded some great little tunes: Chariots of Fire, 1492 Conquest of Paradise. As well as having a crap writing, I can't think of a single movie recently with iconic theme music. Yeah. Yeah. Got me there. I'd have to really analyze that. I'd have to try to remember the last few. I mean, the only movie I can remember that I saw recently is Anora, because those boobs are burned into my brain. Um, but it didn't really have a lot of music in it. Had some pop music in it. Vangelis. Indie Phantom Vangelis. I have a CD too. Alex, scores suck now. Yeah. Although John Williams is still doing a lot of stuff, but he's kind of old hat these days. Where was I? Oh, Being Maria is another new one. $6,000. It's in one theater. Being Maria. This is new. Maria is a promising young actress struggling to break into film. When an emerging Italian director cast her to headline his new film alongside an American superstar, what seems like an opportunity of her dreams turns out to be the start of a living nightmare. Excuse me. The actress was Maria Schneider, and now the infamous film was Bernardo Bertolucci's Last Tango in Paris. Oh. So, it's going to be a lot of sex, and she probably doesn't want to do that, I'm guessing. All right. Anything else? No. And we're at 75 million for the weekend. That's better than the last weekend. That's not great, but it's better for last weekend. But for the spring, should be over 100 million. Ardent, newest movie that comes to mind with really great music is August Rush, but that's older. I'm sure the Led Zeppelin documentary had a bunch of great music in it, but that kind of is a little on the nose and doesn't really count. Not really what you're talking about. You're talking about a score. Indie Phantom Williams started to rehash his indie and woke Star Wars. Alex Ogle, yeah, the trouble with John Williams is that he's so old and he's trotted out because of his name only. He's not bringing anything fresh. Certainly there's no one new to compete with him. Indie Phantom, Tony, you just butchered Bertolucci. Italians everywhere are mortified. I know, I do that all the time. I'm not a good Italian sometimes. JC, Complete Unknown has good music. LOL. Oh yeah, there you go. Well, that's a bit on the nose too. Complete Unknown. Me. So yeah, that's the week or the weekend. Not great. Not the worst weekend, but not great. JC, Zimmerman ruined modern music scores ever since Inception. I do remember the score from Inception. It was memorable. Got to give him that. I wonder what the score. Who will be doing the score for Odysseus? That's going to be the Christopher Nolan Odysseus, which has, I think, Elliot Page is in it, and they've race swapped some of the characters already. So it sounds like it's going to be woke Odysseus. But let's check the trades because it's time to talk about Snow White again. Snow White leads with Sleepy, 43 million. See, even Variety can't spin this. JC, it's just loud bongs. Glong glong, like SVU. Alex Ogle, Indie Phantom, at Indie Phantom. And Tony couldn't even pronounce Amici May. Amici Mei, a superb Italian movie. Let's see. Oh, this is sad. I was just watching Impractical Jokers. Joe Gatto responds to sexual assault allegations. Oh my. That is no bueno. But we don't know if it's true. I mean, these days, people have been accused of all kinds of things. But I think, was he the one that was kicked off the show or left the show? I was just watching Impractical Jokers the other day. We just, me and the girlfriend had it on. It was just a marathon of that. It's a pretty decent show. It's fun. I mean, it's very much a, it's stupid, but it's it's kind of an improv show, and it's kind of like a very just fan service show. It's just, they keep just making themselves do all kinds of stupid things. George Foreman, of course, died. Very sad. But he did eat a lot of burgers and a lot of greasy food, I understand. But he has many, many kids to carry on his name, because all his kids, for those of you who don't know, they're all named George. They're all named George Foreman. It's 100% true. It's like George Foreman the second, third, fourth, and so forth. Which I thought was the funniest thing I had ever heard. Let's see. What else? Box office. Here's an article headline. Snow White awakens with 16 million opening day as Alto Nights bombs. No, that would be incorrect, Variety. Pretty much both those movies bombed. If you got really anything to say about it. Alex Ogle. If it's being reported in the mainstream media first, then it's probably false. If it comes out of other channels first and the media are forced to pick it up, then it's likely true. I'm trying to think of a case, and if that's now, when did it drop about Johnny Depp? But then that was a divorce, so maybe it wouldn't count that one, because she did accuse him of stuff, right? That's an interesting theory. I wonder if that's true. I mean, you could look at it this way. The mainstream media tends to target people based on other factors, like, maybe the studio wants somebody gone, or maybe somebody is on the wrong side of politics or is not politically connected to the people who are truly responsible, something like that. Whether they're guilty or innocent doesn't matter. They get slammed if they're guilty. They get ignored if they're, or they get slammed if they're the wrong politics. They get let off if they're the correct politics. But I'm wondering if what your theory is true. That'd be an interesting thing to map out on a graph. Indie Phantom, what a variety spin. Yeah, I would agree. That is very spin. JC, Neil Gaiman took a while for the mainstream media to pick up on. Yeah, and he seems super guilty, but can't say for sure. And I wonder, too, if it's not a tactic to just destroy somebody. Like Gaiman, in his case, he's got a lot of properties. And it could be, maybe it's sort of like corporate subterfuge, right? You got too many guys connected. You got one guy connected to a bunch of properties that a studio is making good money on, and the rival studio pays someone to sink him. So all his properties kind of go down the tubes at once, and then that company can't compete or can't recover quick enough from the scandal. Indie Phantom. They tore down the public restroom where George Michael exposed himself in LA the other day. Good, I guess. That's weird. JC, they still make money selling his older works. They didn't want to throw him under the bus. Yeah. I don't know. I read the article written by a woman who interviewed the main accuser of Neil Gaiman. It sounds pretty horrific. But that's only one take, and it's mostly her take. But it sounded pretty bad. And it didn't sound totally, it sounded plausible to me. But again, you can't really go by anybody. Like Scott Adams always talks about, nothing, we don't know anything. Facts aren't real, statistics aren't real, none of these reports are real. You just keep hearing stuff and it goes back and forth. And really, the only way to discern the truth is to look at the players reporting these things and see what connections they have. And then you can kind of surmise if it's real or not real. But it's hard to do that. JC, look what they took from us. George Michael's cruising bathroom. Indie Phantom, Gaiman probably won't recover regardless. Yeah, no, he's done, I think. But I think he was also done in the sense that he didn't really have a lot of projects after that. They had pretty much tapped him out of his projects. And I don't think his wife helped the situation. She seems to be a bit flaky and flighty, and I don't think that when a situation like that erupts, someone like that is not going. I think she doesn't sound like a responsible adult who could have maybe stepped in and have prevented that, or at least mitigated some of it. I don't know, but that's just my take. JEC, there's like 12 women out now and they all have similar stories. Right. However, he is rich. See, that's the factor. You don't know, a lot of women came out of the woodwork for Diddy. Now, I think Diddy's like gotta be guilty at this point. But you got Bill Cosby, who I think is guilty, at least for some of those things, but he's out. So, I don't know. I think, though, if people sense there's money, you can basically cut these numbers in half, because half those people are just going to be straight up grifters who are like, oh, yeah, I met that guy once. I'm going to sue him, too. Indie Phantom, there are pics of GM fleeing public restrooms, George Michael fleeing public restrooms in the UK in his later cruising years. Wow, he really liked public restrooms. JEC, his wife helped him get girls. Yeah, she was a bit weird. And they had a whole open relationship things. And I'm just, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a real relationship. Indie Phantom, Diddy always seemed to so upstanding. Well, I mean, it's like you're a rock star and you got a million. Like, here's what I don't understand. You're a rock star and you got all the people around. You're going to have sex with pretty much anybody you want. And then you resort to horrible things. Like, it kind of doesn't make any sense to me, but I don't know all the ins and outs. It's like, you already were so famous, you could literally have sex with anyone and it'd be fine. But apparently he was, I mean, if the reports are to be believed, he just liked plowing dudes just to exert dominance. Alex Ogle, in the UK, gay sex in public toilets is called catto-aging? Or cottaging? Is that catto? I don't know how to pronounce that. Surprise. It almost looks like cottaging, but it would be CO. So catto-aging. Catto-aging. It always makes me laugh when I ask Canadians what they did all at the weekend. Visiting their cottage by the lake is called cottaging. Oh, okay. So it is cottaging. JC, Cosby is out on a technicality. Yeah, but he's out. The amazing thing is Harvey Weinstein is trying to get out. and he's managed to flip some of those charges, and he's being retried on some of them. I don't think he'll get out, but what if he does? What if Harvey Weinstein eventually gets out of prison? That'd be messed up, because they've got real evidence on him, right? They've got like recordings, I believe. So, but they didn't have that on Cosby. I mean, all they had was the word of the women. I don't think they had much evidence beyond that. Indie Phantom, I can sex with anyone. Think I will beat in a public restroom in front of random dudes. Beat all. Yeah, right. Yeah, George Michael, too. He was super famous. Any gay guy would have done him in a second. But he must have got off him being in a public restroom, I guess. He must have been doing that for years. Alex Ogle, cottaging. My keyboard is acting up. Oh, sorry. JC, Diddy is an untalented hack. He needed blackmail material and everyone to keep himself relevant. Well, it didn't seem that way from the outside. I mean, he had a vodka brand. He was one of the early guys who did his own like vodka brand. He was like a cool guy. Like, he was in the A-lister circles and doing cool stuff, and he had some hits. He had a few music hits of his own, and he had brought some guys up. So, I mean, he must have had money. I don't know. I guess. Indie Phantom. Candace Owens said Weinstein shouldn't be locked up just last week. Why? Seems like he really did some dark things. JC, they exposed Harvey's mutilated penis. Gross. Yeah, so there's a lot of accusations. JC, name one Diddy song from the last 25 years. The D, the I, the D, the D, the Y, the D, the I, the D, that's Diddy. Hold up, that's Diddy. I like that song. Sorry. And he also did the other song. Oh, God, what the hell is it called? It's the one Weird Al does cover of. It's all about the Benjamins. I like that song, too. I like his songs. What can I tell you? I mean, he probably didn't write them, but he sang them. And they seemed to be a hit at the time. I don't know. Maybe I think they're a hit because I like the songs, but I play the videos all the time. Well, I haven't in a while because I feel weird. I feel weird when something like this comes out and then I go, should I play this song? But I like this song. Yeah, but he's a terrible person. Yeah, but you like the song. But am I somehow supporting him by playing the song? Well, you're kind of not. It's on YouTube. It's somebody else's account. Yeah, but that click will give somebody money and it'll say Diddy's good. Like, I go back and forth. Indie Phantom. I just recall the one where he sampled Every Breath You Take. Oh, yeah, there's that one, too. I didn't like that one as much, but... yeah, it just... Now, Joe Gatto, I don't think he's famous enough to get chicks wherever he wants, whenever he wants, but maybe he is. I don't know. Indie Phantom, I read that one. JC, It's All About the Benjamins came out in 1997. Yeah, it's a good song, though. And then Weird Al did a parody of it, and, I mean, he would have made millions of dollars from it. And then he produced other people's music. I said from the last 25 years. Okay, the Diddy song then. Is there a Diddy song? When did that come out? That was in the 2000s, I think. The Diddy song. All right. We'll look it up. P. Diddy. Sean Combs. All right. P. Diddy. Yeah, the Diddy song came out sometime in the early 2000s. Because that's when he changed his name to P. Diddy. So let's see. Got his catalog here. Oh, that's filmography. Documentary. Awards. Oh, they don't have his music listed. But it had to be during. He didn't change his name to P. Diddy until 2001. So the Diddy song definitely came out in the last 25 years. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, so Justin Baldoni saga continues. He sues his former publicist, Stephanie Jones, alleging she maliciously leaked texts that sparked a legal battle with Blake Lively. So if you haven't been following this, Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively starred in It Ends With Us, and now they're both suing the hell out of each other. And I forget why exactly, but I think Blake Lively started with a sexual assault thing on him, which I'm kind of not believing anymore. But I go back and forth. Alex Ogle, my favorite was when Diddy went through his experimental phase and sang the theme to Teletubbies, In My Imagination. Oh. And then Baldoni sued Blake Lively, the New York Times, and now his publicist. I got to give it to him. The guy ain't backing down. But it seems a shame, and I'll say it again, because they both had a hit movie with Colleen Hoover's book, which has a huge following online, and I believe she definitely has more books, and I think she has a sequel to this book that they made the movie from, but now they're never going to make it because they were both the leads in it, and they apparently hate each other. But then Ryan Reynolds got dragged into it because he apparently made fun of him in the Deadpool movie, which isn't illegal or defamatory in my opinion, but he's being dragged into it too. And so it just seems like a nasty battle back and forth between the two of them. I'm not sure who's going to come out on top. Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds are kind of the first couple of Hollywood these days. I'm kind of leaning towards them winning this thing. But Baldini might win because I think in a legal battle of attrition, he might wear down their reputation so much that they'll finally be willing to settle just to move on with their projects. Because I think his career is probably on hold until this is settled. And he's going at them hammer and tongs to sort of force them to kind of settle it and maybe back off of him. But I'm not sure. It's real dicey. But in the Deadpool movie, Blake Lively appears as Lady Pool, and she's the one who kills Nice Pool, who's supposed to be a parody of Baldini, and then he falls back into a florist shop, and that's a reference to, I think, one of the characters in It Ends With Us, because the character owns a florist shop or something like that. And so Baldini's mad about that. So it just keeps going back and forth, and every day there seems to be another revelation that someone's suing who. The latest thing was, this was actually 2 days ago, Colleen Hoover, the author who wrote the books, had retired from writing books and had announced there's another movie being developed from one of her books. But then she also announced that she can't retire because she didn't make a lot of money. Somehow she didn't make a lot of money from the big hit they had. I guess she signed a bad deal. I don't know. Maybe she's just trying to get attention for her return to publishing or something. But she made a bunch of noise that she needs the money now and has to go back to writing books. A terrible, terrible fate, apparently. I would just like to be able to pay my bills from the books. Indie Phantom, I want in. Will sue Hollywood for wasting my time. You probably have a case. I would say you have a case. You could bring me in as a professional witness. Yes. Yes, Hollywood is a giant waste of time, damn it. Did you know it's 30 minutes in a theater before you see the actual movie? Did you know it's 30 minutes? Oh, Jesus. Hannah Enbinder, who the hell is that? And Janelle Monáe denounced Donald Trump's politics at Human Rights Campaign dinner. Bullies only win when we let them think they can. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. It's stunning and brave. Once again. Uh, it's just over and over again. What else? Alex Ogle, Diddy should embrace the animal audience. I bet he could make Little Joan a fan if he covered the Sit song by Baron Knights. Perhaps. But I wouldn't want Little Joan listening to that. She's already got too many bad thoughts that she says in the YouTube videos, and that's why we have to put everything on Rumble and Bitchute and Odysee when we do politics, because Joan's takes are very spicy, right, Joan? Very spicy. John Leguizamo says Christopher Nolan makes the Odysee feel like an indie film. He's not doing it by what the studio says. I guess. I think this is going to be the Christopher Nolan movie that jumps the shark for me. I mean, I still haven't seen Tenet yet. It probably would have been that, but I don't know. The Odysee is sounding worse and worse. Every time there's an article about it, I kind of go, well, that doesn't sound too great. Smallville co-creator says animated sequel is off the table for a bit while Warner Brothers is rebooting Superman. Everything comes around in one form or another. Why would you do a animated sequel to Smallville? Is it that popular a show? I guess you could, but what else? Rosie O'Donnell questions why Donald Trump. This freaking variety. Rosie O'Donnell questions why Donald Trump won every swing state, considering he is the best friends with a man who owns and runs the internet. I would hope that would be investigated. Well, that is a very logical take from a woman who left this country and abandoned us all to fascism, according to her standards. Elon Musk doesn't run the internet, you moron. How stupid are these people? I mean, that's a pretty stupid take. Come on. There's nothing to say, but that's stupid. That's just stupid. The hate for Elon is off the charts now. I got two of my older relatives. They gave me an earful about Elon recently. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Every day there's a headline like, oh, they cut $40 billion out of this, $100 billion out of that. And I'm like, they're like, that's terrible. I'm like, how is it terrible? How is it terrible to save money? Have you ever met anyone who worked for the government? At any government, they have one story. I don't do nothing in my job, and they can't fire me. And we waste a ton of money. And we knew nothing. And it's stupid what we do. That is the story of every government employee everywhere. Except the ones that kill people. They have a different story. JC, Twitter doesn't really have that many active users compared to Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. Huh? Twitter doesn't really have that many active users compared to Facebook, Instagram or TikTok? Oh, you're saying because they get a different perspective. Well, I mean, it's not the only place to get news, but yeah. I mean, at this point, how often do you, I mean, a certain medical procedure, I was just talking to somebody today about that too, a certain medical procedure that isn't looking very good in the rear view, is it? Yeah. And I was like, I'm super glad I didn't take that certain medical procedure, but everybody I know did. And it makes me very sad because it's not very good. And a lot of those people get sick all the time. I haven't been sick since the pandemic, knock on wood. And yeah, not really. I mean, I think I got a cold once during the pandemic for like 12 hours. I was sick, but not really. I was just kind of, I'm kind of run down. Got some sleep. I was right as rain. But yeah, no bueno. Indie Phantom, MDS is real. Musk derangement syndrome. Or EDS, Elon derangement syndrome. Yes, it really is. I was shocked. I was shocked at how I got blasted for even, and I didn't bring it up. Like, it came out of nowhere. And I was just kind of like, what are you talking about? And I was like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, holy crap. JC, I'm seeing articles that people are having trouble getting their Cybertrucks insured because the lefties keep attacking them. They are nuts. And this happened in my town where I live. I've got this this stupid what's it called? It's called Nextdoor. It's like Facebook, but like it's like super super local. I don't know if you ever went on it, but so in my town you get like town alerts like this happened in your town, or hey everybody, the supermarket's having a sale on eggs and stuff like that. Well, somebody posted they were driving along in their Tesla, and they had a Tesla vehicle. I don't think they had a Tesla or a Cybertruck. And the guy in front of them just stopped in the middle of the road. Now, my town is, depending on what day of the week it is, or time of day it is, it's pretty easy to stop in the middle of the road for a while, and it's no big deal because not a lot of traffic through my town. So he stopped in the middle of the road, and the driver thought, oh, this is weird. Like, is there some sort of medical emergency? And he kind of rolled down his window and stuck his head out and said, hey, you okay? And the guy started ranting about his Tesla. And then he wouldn't move. And then he backed up to go around him. And then the guy backed up towards him a little bit. And he got, or I think it was a woman. I think she got scared. And so she went down a different street to get away from him. And the guy kind of followed her. And then she backed into a driveway, which was kind of a dumb idea, I think. She backed into a stranger's driveway. I'm not sure why. I think to turn around. And then he blocked her in. And then kind of like, I don't know, gave her like, you know, like frowny face, like, and yelled some things about, you got to get rid of your car, or you're supporting fascism, or whatever he said. I don't remember the whole thing. But it was kind of like, are you nuts? Bothering people like that? That is absolutely illegal. Intimidating someone, especially if it's a woman and you're a guy. I mean, you're going to jail. That dude's lucky a cop didn't come by and have her go, hey, help. Because he would have been in jail. And I would be happy that he would be in jail, because you shouldn't do that craziness. But I couldn't believe it happened in my town. Like, that was kind of like, whoa, it's right here. It's crazy. Indie Phantom, glad you don't give your relatives a pass, Tony. Well, I don't want to bash them too hard because, you know, they're my relatives and I love them, but, you know, I have a lot of relatives and they're not exactly terminally online like I am, so I'm not wishing they were, but I wish they would consider my opinions once in a while. But it's really tough to convince people. It really is. especially if they watch TV and read newspapers still. And a lot of my older relatives do. They just do. That's what they're used to. They see it as relevant. They just see it as relevant. And then one day the newspaper's just going to stop. And I told them that. I said, one day they'll just announce, yeah, we're not doing newspapers anymore. And you're just not going to get them. You'll have to go on the internet. And they'll be like, what? Not that that's any better, but JC, I meant that Elon doesn't run the internet. He runs the least popular of the big social media sites. Oh, okay. Arden, EDS is so bad up here. Provinces are removing Teslas specifically from their EV rebate programs. Nuts. Just did a quick search on Nextdoor. First thing I see is anti-racism, and I'm good. Well, that's your neck of the woods. JC, all these lefties were the ones screaming at everyone to buy Teslas last year, and now they're attacking people from driving them. Yep, that's the lefties. They got a new NPC chip. I had a relative never once mentioned anything about environmentalism. And then something triggered with Trump, and we got into an argument about environmentalism. And suddenly my relative was like, huge, oh no, you got to save the forest. And I'm like, what? Who the hell are you? You have never talked about this ever in your life. And now you're suddenly an environmentalist? But they were totally committed to the bit. Indie Phantom, lots of videos up of these Tesla protesters wholly unhinged, happening in Canada too, at least in Montreal. I used to love having newspapers around. Now I hate the content too much. I always hated newspapers for the print. The print smell, something that makes me kind of a little sick inside. I hate it on my fingers. I can't have it in the house. When you get it new and it smells, like after a few days, I think the smell kind of dissipates. But man, newspaper print hits me, and it's kind of like, oh, get it away. So I was never a newspaper guy. I never read the newspaper unless I had to. Like when I was looking for a job back in the day, when you looked in the classified ads, or there was an article about me. But these days they're just so useless. I don't know why people read them, except that they're just used to it. Judge dismisses George and Tammy lawsuit against Showtime over portrayal of George Ritchie. I didn't even hear about that one. Hollywood's box office woes continue. Snow White stumbles overseas with $44 million. Robert De Niro's Alto Night bombs with $1.8 million. Okay. So, this was... Oh, we're still in Variety. Is there anything else? No. All right. Moving on to Fandom Pulse. All right. Is this the briefing? Let's get down to the briefing. Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition designer Mike Merles blasts current D&D's safe game and says it's something that players reject. No, they reject it. In case you don't know, in 5th edition, they added this, caveat that if your players become triggered by something you said in the game, they could go like this, and that meant, oh, I'm triggered, you got to stop, and I guess I got to have a cry because I've been triggered by something you said, and it's too painful for me. Oh, it's too spicy. I've never heard of anything more insane than that. Yeah, no kidding, they reject it. What are they, babies? Indie Phantom, I had friends working at newspapers, all so woke and TDS now. Sad. I knew people who worked at newspapers, but they all told me they never made any money, and the work sucked, and they were all trying to get out. And most of them did. But that was mainly starting in the 90s when the internet hit. And, Yeah, I haven't yet to. I met one. I used to meet reporters all the time and promote the Jersey Devil comic, which was back in the '90s, and they would do articles on me. And I had maybe a dozen different articles written about the Jersey Devil comic or me, and out of all those articles, only one reporter actually read the comic and wrote a good article. All the other reporters, they did the worst articles imaginable every single time. They were terrible. Things were spelled wrong. They got facts wrong, like real basic stuff. Indie Phantom, they are babies. Tau Zero by Paul Anderson. Is that how you say Paul Anderson? Is a base hard sci-fi that couldn't get published today. I don't know. I never read it, but there you go. Military sci-fi book review off Midway Station by Mark Allen Edelheit. So there's more of that. Fandom Pulse seems to be trying to push sci-fi fantasy books again. Indie Phantom, yeah, we had many friends switch careers when the papers started going less localized. Fantasy author goes viral lambasting bookstores. It's all chick lit and book talk slop. Yeah, this was Jonathan A. Douglas, who's an author, and I sort of know him from Twitter and interacting with him. So I saw this go viral, and it was fun. But he basically goes into Walmart looking for men's fantasy fiction, and he can't find any, and it's all for women. And then, it sparked yet another discussion about how book publishers don't publish any books for men. So, or they publish books and then sit around and go, why don't men read our books? This one's about a wonderful woman who finds a great man. This one's about dresses and shoes. It's just, again, the book publishing industry veered into the women's market and never came back about 30 years ago. And they've also hired pretty much nothing but women since then. And pretty much it's an industry that's been completely dominated by women. And it's true, I think. JDA writes sci-fi books. He's trying to build up science fiction scene. Yep. Well, he did a fantasy book too. He did something called The Demon's Eye, which I think is an RPG. So he's trying to crank some base stuff out while he can capitalize on that, I think. And I think he believes in it. It's a little too Christian nationalist for me, but I think he should back off of that stuff. I think it'll bite him in the ass later, but he seems to be trying something different at least. I mean, it's definitely more of a zeitgeist heading in his direction. Robert Kirkman's Skybound Entertainment lays off multiple employees amid comic book industry crisis. Oh, it's more than a crisis, I'd say. How about a complete collapse? Have you been to a comic book convention? Have you been to a store recently? I can't believe some of them are still open. I don't know what they're selling. They're not selling new stuff, I'll tell you that. JC, he is a sci-fi fan for sure. He's an old duck, that guy. An odd duck, that guy. He's a nice guy, though. He let me write some stuff for, I think I wrote a few things for Fandom Pulse, it was. Was it Fandom Pulse then? Or was it Bounding? I don't remember. Yeah, so, I'm not surprised by this at all. Kirkman's not exactly setting the world on fire with his new projects, but it's a deep-rooted problem in the comic book industry. Number one, the prices are just too damn high. The rent is too damn high. Yeah, the prices are just out of control in comics. You cannot sell me a floppy comic for $5. That's just a ridiculous price. JC, I went to a convention last week. It was pretty packed, mostly anime kids, though. Yeah, if it has anime in it, it'll be super packed. Manga, too. All the anime conventions, they do super well. There's a lot of girls who go to that, too. I would say it's probably better than 50% girls. Um, but no, like a regular, I'm talking about a regular comic book convention for superheroes and American comics. It's dead. It's pretty damn dead. Um, and they're not there for new comics. They're there for old comics. It's all the old guys. And sometimes they bring in their kids, but most of the kids, they might know Spider-Man and Batman, and that's about it. And they might buy them a new Spider-Man or Batman comic, but you even got to check them these days. JC, I think they canceled the invisible, or you mean Invincible Netflix show. Probably has something to do with that. Manga is what's keeping these places open. Yeah, that makes sense. Manga sells pretty steadily. Um, yeah, it sucks. Because it doesn't have to suck. Image could turn this entire medium around if they committed to changing the format to something more like the Japanese manga books. If they committed themselves to putting out content this thick for $5, like 100 pages for that's not even 100 pages. That's more like 300 pages. But if they did a super thick comic at a super cheap price, like 300 pages for $10, some crazy price, it would sell like gangbusters. But they'd have to do it a while, and they'd have to invest a ton of money in it. And I don't think they have any interest in doing that. They are making money with the current system, even as it's dying. And they make money doing other things. McFarlane makes all kinds of crazy money in toys and movies, all sorts of places. I'm not blaming him. But the rumor is, I don't know if we're going to get a headline of this, Todd McFarlane may buy Diamond Comics, Diamond Distribution. That's the rumor. I don't know how true it is. JC, Image's business model wouldn't work for that. Creators basically pay them to put their books out. I think they could make it work. Look, a lot of these creators at Image aren't really making money anyway. So what you could do is you could package a magazine-like book. I think the model that could work in the States would be 100 pages for $5. About 100 pages. So basically 5 issues for $5, all crammed together. So you could put, say, 2 or 3 of the new guys in, and then 1 or 2 of the regular Image guys in to sell it, right? So you could capitalize on Savage Dragon, and while you're capitalizing on the Savage Dragon fan base, you're also bringing in, these new books with new characters that might develop a fan base. And then eventually, if one gets so popular, you could spin it off on its own title or make it the lead title in another thick book. But I think they need to do that or something like that in order to survive as publishers and not guys that are just making books that nobody is reading. I don't think a lot of people are reading these things. JC, Diamond distributes his toys. Might be worth it for him to keep it running. Yeah, possibly. And possibly he would change the system a little bit, and maybe that would open it up or make comics cheaper. But part of the problem is the way they're printed is they are really expensive. If you're doing a full color book on high quality paper, yeah, it's a nice book. Don't get me wrong, it looks nice, but it's super expensive, and that's why you got to charge $5 for it. But if you do it in black and white, you put it on newsprint, you can do it for a lot cheaper. But the problem is you can't do those floppy comics anymore. Even when I was selling Jersey Devil, and I got it down to, what did I get it down to? $2.95, I guess, or $1.95. I even had the little magazine-sized ones down to $1.75. The perception was from the fans they didn't want to buy it because they didn't like the cheapness. This was a problem with Spider-Man for 99 cents. Marvel did for a short run. Mike Allred did it. It was a good run, and it was 99-cent Spider-Man, or I forget what they called it. And the perception was, oh, I don't want to buy that. It's cheap. I want to buy this high-end thing that I'm going to put in a bag and make a bunch of money on selling on Facebook a month from now. That's no way to build a readership. You can't build a readership on that. The comics have to be more disposable. You could collect them, but ultimately you have to aim everything at the readership to build the readership up, to get people interested in the story. I think the problem with Kirkman, he's written some decent stuff, I think. He had a good idea with The Walking Dead. I mean, you got to admit it's a good idea. A regular zombie book, it just goes on and on and on. Good idea. People love it. But you got to give people more than... they could do a whole magazine style of zombie stories. Oh, yeah. How cool would that be? 5 different zombie stories. 100 pages for $5. Tell me that wouldn't sell. That would sell like gangbusters. And it could be in black and white. It could be in black and white. You would sell 1 million copies of that if you promoted it right. If you got the distribution you wanted. You'd have to push it. You'd have to spend money. You'd have to get in a Walmart. You'd have to make sure it wasn't too graphic. And you could do it. You could get in the supermarkets. You could get in the distribution chain, even if it was returnable, and you could make money. And you could even put advertising in it if you wanted to. Will they do that? I don't think they have any interest in doing that. Indie Phantom, you convinced me, Tony. Not going to open a comic store. We'll go for a video rental instead. They may come back one day. I don't know. I kind of am nostalgic for the Blockbusters. I think I still have my old Blockbuster card here somewhere. Let me see. Oh, yep. Here it is. I miss Blockbuster. I used to love going in there. JC. Manga is printed on cheap newsprint in black and white. Those little digest books, you can print 250 pages or so for like $4 and sell them for 30. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't make the price point that high. In America, you want to get it. What are comics worth? Right? The floppies, in my view, are only worth $1. That really should be the price point. Comics should be $1 again. People would buy them at $1. And that would be no problem. You would go into a store and you'd buy 20 of them. Because then you'd have a lot to read. So I think that's the price point you have to go for. You have to make it thick enough and you'd count it by issue. So I would count it at 100 pages. That's about 5 issues. Really, it'd be 110. And it'd be 5 issues for $5. I think that could work. I think the volume, the cheap paper, if you did it right, you could make that work. Will they do it? No. Not anytime soon. Jesse, I wish I got to experience Blockbuster. It was cool. You would go in there and, you would, there were just racks and racks of the DVDs or the tapes before that. And you'd shop around. Oh, what movie's out? I don't remember what came out or what's available. And then you'd walk around the store, and then once in a while you'd stumble upon an old movie or something you wanted to see, but you hadn't seen it yet. And you'd grab that, go up to the counter, they had all snacks. And you'd buy some snacks, or maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you're going to pick up a pizza on the way home. That was another move. You could call the pizza place, then go to Blockbuster, and then on the way home, hit the pizza place, pick up your pizza, and then go home and watch the movie and eat a pizza. Some places had if you didn't have a VCR or a DVD player, you could actually rent the, the DVD or the VCR at the place. And then you could bring that home and hook it up and watch if you didn't have one. So like one time I was on vacation and the place we were staying didn't have a DVD player, so we just rented one at the rental place and then watched movies. JC, try throwing some stuff out once in a while. Meh, 20 American. I was just going by what they sell them at the bookstores here. Indie Phantom. There is a YouTube channel called Snips Movies. That is a dude still running his video rental store in the UK. Cool weekly videos, even though he's woke as F. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's like that Jack Black Mos Def movie where they have the rental store and they remake all the movies. I mean, now it's just a novelty. I guess you could open a rental store and hope for the best. I know. You'd probably have to have an eclectic bunch of movies and have a pretty steady clientele. Maybe if you had like a massive Criterion collection of very hard to find movies, you could make it work. There's still a guy local to me who does secret cinema in Philadelphia, and he plays a lot of weird movies that you can't even get them on YouTube or videos anywhere. Like, they're these very obscure movies. He's a film archivist, so he has access to them. It's kind of interesting. Anyhow, that's the end of that. All right, moving on to Hollywood Reporter. More on the box office. Here's the Snow White limps to an alarming 43 million domestic opening, 87.3 million globally. Far worse for Robert De Niro mob drama Alto Nights. Wow, they're really bashing him. Jonathan Majors' Magazine Dreams, both of which bombed. Indie Phantom. He gets all the boutique labels, cheap prices, and no late fees or membership needed. That sounds like a formula for never seeing your DVDs again. But, sure. Let's see. Here's another Rosie O'Donnell headline. Rosie O'Donnell apologized to Irish leader after surreal Oval Office questions about move. Wonders about Trump win amid Elon Musk support. Oh, that must be part of the same speech. Ardent. I'd open a rental place, do retro gaming systems, vintage movie and TV series. That, I think, could work. I'm not sure what the deal is on, the legalities of renting. Do you have to pay a fee, I'm wondering? Like, do you have to pay a fee? And I wonder if Blockbuster did. I don't know. Like, if you have a bunch of movies, do you have to pay a fee to the studio to rent them because you're making money off of their product or not? Interesting. Because there is a fee for music for radio stations that play their songs, but I don't know. Jesse, I still have a boatload of DVDs. Love them to death. JEC, see what you do is open a hipster video rental store, but it's really a front for laundering money. Oh, now it makes sense. Ardent, would probably be a licensing arrangement akin to cinemas. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I never delved into that. Indie Phantom, a retro rental store would work in my town. Yeah, it's all about location, Depends on where you live. Where I live, you'd have to be close to the college. Like maybe the community college here. You might be able to get the college kids to rent a lot of stuff, and they're kind of hipster, but it's a community college, so not really. So, the community college, it's not going to have a lot of people living near the campus. and they're kind of all doing their own thing and trying to work. So you'd have to be closer here. You'd have to be closer to Philly. Like in Philadelphia, there's a lot of colleges. You could do very well with an eclectic store like that. Like you could get a little spot somewhere on the Penn campus and probably write your own ticket there. But then you have to deal with the city, and that's another whole nightmare. Let's see. What else is going on? What else? Anna Faris talks spa weekend, life after Palisades fire, and new scrubbing bubbles ad. Well, her career is not going as well as it should. I gotta say, Anna Faris in that House Bunny movie looked incredible. And I'm not so sure why she's not in stuff anymore. Seems like after House Bunny, she kind of just disappeared. I think maybe because they're just not doing comedies, and maybe she's sort of pigeonholed into the comedy genre, but seems like she's still pretty cute and could be in something. Haven't seen her, though, in ages. JC, we have an Asian video stores right smack in the middle of downtown. All the posters in the windows are bleached white from the sun. I just assume they're there laundering money. Perhaps. Let's see. Don't care about Jake Paul. Dana Carvey does his Trump Elon Musk impressions to Bill Maher ahead of real-time host White House visit. Okay. My ex-boss, Bill Maher. Ardent. Anna Faris was on a show called Mom on TV. Oh, yeah, that's right. So she is still working. That's right. I forgot about that. And she was married to Chris Pratt. She has a kid with him, I think. And now Chris Pratt is married to, I think, Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter, right? David Cronenberg thinks the Brutalist AI backlash was a smear campaign by other Oscar nominees, a Harvey Weinstein kind of thing. I mean, possibly. I wouldn't put it past studios to do stuff like this. I mean, back in the day, they did all kinds of crazy stuff. Now it's very hard. I mean, with the internet, it's very hard to find out who's done anything. You smear somebody on the internet, you have no idea who's actually smearing people. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre rights up for grabs, everybody, sending Hollywood foaming. Oh boy, I can't wait for another remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Can't wait to hear the pronouns of the horrible murderer Leatherface and what race he'll be underneath that mask, because it's about time murderous serial killers get equity, I think. JC, was making it 4 hours long also a smear campaign? Yeah, right. No bueno. No bueno in the 4 hours long. Well, it was 3:35, I think, but might as well be 4 hours. One Piece co-showrunner Matt Owen steps down. Yellow Flash says this might be a bad sign for the One Piece show because apparently he was very much involved in the idea that the creator had to have approval of everything. So Yellow Flash, who loves One Piece, seems to be worried that the show might go into the toilet because of that, but we'll have to see. All right, checking. Bounding in the comics. Ah, my God, what is that? Oh, it's Minecraft stuff. After Halo, Fallout, and Minecraft, Microsoft Gaming CEO says you're going to You're going to see more live-action Xbox adaptions. God, this is a nightmare. I don't want to see this. Whatever the hell. This is a Minecraft person. Ah, it's hard to look at. JC, I mean, the original is only worthwhile once. It was shot so cheaply, and the grainy film stock made it creepier. Pretty basic film when you get right down to it. Yeah, I don't know why people are foaming to get the rights to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't see a TV series. I don't see. I mean, best you could do, you could do a reboot and do some sequels, I guess. I mean, it's just not that. Yeah, exactly. Jesse, my eyes. Ardent, nightmare fuel. Yeah, let me get off of this page. It's just. Ah. Marvel Writers says. Marvel Rivals writer says a Marvel gaming universe was in the works pre-MCU, but Disney did not want to deal with it. And here you got a picture of Spider-Man 2099, created by Peter David, who, again, is having a lot of problems. He's very sick. He's got a GoFundMe, just to mention it again. Ardent Leatherface in space. Japanese PN responds to Assassin's Creed Shadows Shrine controversy with concern towards possible copycat attacks. This game, I mean, how much more could have gone wrong with this game? JEC, maybe a TV series about the family? They made that Bates Motel show, a streaming show, be better than another Hollywood or another reboot. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I didn't think the Bates TV show was a good idea either, but I guess you could make it work. Indie Phantom, Jack Black in all these video game flicks for some damn reason. Yeah, I guess he's kind of been pigeonholed into that market because, you know, he's kind of a wacky guy who he's perceived as, I guess, one of them. Jesse, I'm not Japanese, but screw that game. All right, checking in with Deadline. Joan, you okay over there? I thought I heard you. Thought I heard you moving around. Graydon Carter reveals why Harvey Weinstein was banned for life from Vanity Fair Oscars party. Well, I assume he did something terrible. What, Joan? Do you want to get down? I know you've been up there a while. You want to get down? All right. There you go, baby. You stink on ice, though. You're very cute, but you stink on ice. All right. So you go do you. Joan, going away. Alex, all I'm saying is Leatherface makes much more sense if the character is trans. And Jesse says, and a commie, Alex. Yeah, I can hear the meaning now. So how do we reinvent Leatherface for a modern audience? Well, first we got to get rid of the leather in Leatherface. Can we say faux Leatherface? Well, it still has the word leather in it. How about pleatherface? Now you're speaking my language. I think the kids are going to love that. Pleatherface. All right. Snow White, how controversial Disney princess fared in blue and red county cinemas. Oh boy, now we're doing this. Now we're splitting the box office based by politics. JC, Leatherface was trans. He was wearing a dress at the end during the dinner. Ardent, rich Corinthian Leatherface. JC, or maybe that was one of the bad sequels. Let's see. Do we really have this split up in red and blue counties? All right. The majority of theaters in the U.S. reside in blue counties. 53%. generates 66.7% of overall movie ticket sales. Snow White, with a 40% ticket sales and 43.5% admissions from Red County-based cinemas, over-indexed in such locations. Further supporting this, Snow White overperformed in Latino and Hispanic markets like Dallas and San Antonio and Phoenix. The Mark Webb directed, Mark Platt produced feature musical pulled an overall hefty 30% Latino Hispanic crowd behind 43% Caucasian. I mean, come on. This is copium. Pure copium. Disney. JC, leather daddy face. This art, I might have to do a video on this article. This one's so nuts. They've got theaters and ticket sales. It's not that long though. Doesn't have that much data in it, but that's pretty hefty copium I think you're huffing there, Deadline. That, oh, it overperformed in certain red counties with the Hispanics, you know, on Thursday at 4 o'clock. Like, how much more specific are you going to get? This movie didn't do well. I think you just have to accept the movie didn't do well. Nobody wants to see this movie. I mean, the people who didn't see the advertising and who would go to see it strictly on the title, and I think there would be a lot of people who would do that, would probably live in red counties because they would probably say, oh, Snow White, that sounds wholesome. So next week, if you take those same stats and compare them, I think will be very telling. JC, maybe try and make a movie with mass appeal. Yeah. I mean, now we're making movies for one group of people in one county? Makes no sense, but that's a funny article. Wow. Wow. Larry Tamblyn dies. The Standells lead singer and actor Russ Tamblyn's brother was 82. Well, that's a pretty good run, I guess. William Shatner got to 95, I think, 2 days ago, by the way. Adolescence co-creator signs smartphone free childhood pact, terrified of what comes next. LOL. I did a piece about Lemon and Reed talking about how Canada would beat the USA in a war. No, really, they're that effing retarded on my show today. Had to cut it up for the clip vid. Dear God, they are lost. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a comparison. Look, we're broke in the United States, but we're broke because we bought a S-ton of weapons. we got so many weapons we don't even know what to do with. And we have weapons from previous wars sitting around in mothballs. So even if you blew up all our current tanks and jets, oh, we can pull out all the ones from, like, I don't know, 20 years. We can pull out all the ones from the first Gulf War that are still working, dust them off, refuel them up. We'd probably have just as good of a shot at beating the Russians because they're 20 years behind our technology. And then we still got World War II stuff sitting around in fields, and some of it's no good, but some of it still works. Ardent, don't know what to do with? I have an annexation opportunity for you. Indie Fandom. Canadians on Facebook, total lost cause right now. Facebook is a lost cause for politics. I highly advise you, if you're going to discuss politics on any platform, the Facebook should be the last place you attempt to do it. Because let me tell you something. The lefties are ready on Facebook. They own that one lock, stock, and barrel. Now, they used to own the one on X when it was Twitter, but it still was a little loose. You could still, I mean, if you were willing to risk getting completely banned, you could still jab people and they couldn't stop you. Facebook, man, phew, I don't know what they're doing on Facebook, but I would not advise that road. You're not going to get anywhere, but you're not going to get anywhere with anyone arguing politics is the bottom line. You cannot argue someone out of their politics. You just can't do it. No matter how many facts you present, they're never going to change. They might say, well, you got a point. That's about the best you can do. You really got to let them, you have to do it in such a way that they discover it themselves, and then it's kind of their idea to change their own opinion. And then they have to rationalize it in their own mind, like, oh, I wasn't wrong. I was misled, or, I've gotten new information now, so it's okay. I'm giving myself permission to change my mind or change my politics a little bit. It's really tough otherwise. And most people right now, especially in the United States, people suffering from EDS, oh my God. I mean, you can't even start the conversation. You got to stay away. You got to just, as soon as the topic comes up, you just kind of got to go, okay, well, let's not, discuss politics. And, maybe someday they'll come around. They'll give themselves permission to look at the issues in kind of a non-emotional way. And, but for a lot of people, I think that's 20 years down the road. Like 10, 20 years down the road, they might look back at Donald Trump and say, oh, yeah, he was actually pretty good here and here and here. But they can't say that now. They can't bring themselves to even do that. So, when you have people in the Daily Show audience applauding Tesla terrorism, you got a real problem. That crowd, I mean, they're literally applauding Tesla's burning in a parking lot. That's not good, any way you look at it. Even if someone went down to, I don't know, somewhere down south and found a bunch of guys in the white hoods and found their cars and set them ablaze, it would be a bad thing, because that's really bad for the environment. It's really dangerous. Somebody could get killed. One of the cars could explode. It could set off a forest. I mean, there's so many things that could happen. It's really bad. Burning a car is one of the worst things you could do for the environment. I mean, I cannot stress how bad that is. There's plastics and chemicals. When a car goes up in flames, they got a big problem on their hands. And when you do it on purpose, man, you're messed up. The lithium batteries, they don't even know what to do with those batteries when they run out of juice now. There are Teslas rotting in the field right now. They don't know what to do with them. They can't bury them. They're just sitting there. They're still, I mean, someday they'll probably figure out, oh, we'll pull out the used batteries and we'll process them and use it for this. But right now, they don't know what to do with these cars. And you're going to burn them. I mean, JC, Russia thought taking over Ukraine would be easy. How did Iraq go? How did Afghanistan thing go? With the Russians, it's a little different only because they need the warm water ports to stay viable as a superpower. They have to keep those. They have to keep Crimea. They've always controlled it. They've controlled it for 1,000 years. And they need more warm water ports. Another warm water port was Syria. The Russians have a base there. It's for their subs, so their nuclear subs can dock, refuel and whatever, and then be on their merry way in case they have to destroy the planet. If they don't have that, if the Russians only had a winter port, they wouldn't be able to put their subs out year-round, and potentially some crazy general in the United States could say, ooh, it's wintertime, let's kill all the Russians, while they can't, yeah, we'll lose 100 million people, but we'll win. So in order to be a viable superpower, they needed those warm water ports. The Soviets had them. The Russians controlled them by proxies prior to all the unpleasantness. And then the United States came in, and that's when we did the color revolution. That's why we had all the color revolutions, by the way. We pretty much ran those. They weren't spontaneous, and it was to get rid of Russian guys who were, cool with the Russians. And they were just as planted by the Russians, but we control Mexico. We probably control Canada. I think we control Europe. That's my theory anyway. So, Ardent at Indie Phantom. Try Twitter Zitter. They're even crazier over there. At JEC, Ukraine would have been quick if the West didn't get involved. Afghanistan was a win. They stopped fighting because Trump threatened their head guy when he was ready to leave. Iraq was poorly executed restructuring. Indie Phantom. Nah, no online politics for me unless incognito. Wise. Ardent at Indie Phantom. LOL, my bread and butter. JC at Ardent. Who's coping now? Ardent at JC. Seriously, I'll admit there may be a case to be made either way in the Iraq, Afghanistan, but Ukraine, not a chance. They could have handled the Russians like this without billions from others. Read the Tesla attackers. One guy fried himself on a charging station. I was waiting for the guy with the pickaxe to punch the battery and do himself in too. Oh my God. JC, they don't want a war with people right on their border that looks like them, that just like them, and speaks to the same language. They don't need to fight with armies, just create a lot of terror and chaos. Everyone show just calm the F down. Yeah, I mean, there's a long history there in the Ukraine. The Soviets pushed Russians in the eastern Ukraine, which is partly why all the eastern provinces in Ukraine are the ones that are going to go. They all considered themselves Russian anyway. The Ukrainians were pushed further west and into the mountainous regions, and they're understandably angry and bitter at the Russians. They really, when Zelensky says they want to fight to the death, a lot of Ukrainians probably do. They did unspeakable things. The Russians did unspeakable things to them during the Soviet era, and they remember, but it wasn't. I say we should just stay the F out and let the chips fall where they may. Jesse, I realized with Russia they have this generational curse of corruption because of communism. Paper Skies is a great YT channel about the USSR military. Ooh, I might have to check that out. I watch history stuff on Tick. He covers a lot of World War II. It's pretty good. JC, Russia was supposed to just roll over Ukraine in 2 weeks. It's been almost 4 years. It's 21st century. You just throw a S-ton of drones at your targets. The future is drone wars. That is very true. I don't think the Russians, I don't think they realistically thought it would take 2 weeks. But the Ukrainians, backed by us, were much more resistant than not being backed by us. They would have fought a guerrilla war, but the Russians would have occupied them, kind of like Afghanistan, and perhaps they would have even just brought a couple of provinces underneath the Federation and let the rest go. I don't know. I mean, the best kind of war is the war you don't have to fight. So if the Russians could have peeled off 2 provinces and gotten a warm water port without firing a shot, I think they would have. But during times of war, people consolidate their power. They make more money. It's not like Putin is going to be suffering. It's not like his caviar train stops. He's worth billions of dollars. So what does he care? If anything, he got rid of all those old tanks and a bunch of corrupt army guys that he didn't need anymore, and sort of weeded out all the useless flotsam and jetsam in his organization, and now whoever's left, they'll be hardened veterans. Maybe they could stand up to the Russian mob. Who knows? JC. They did a lot better at the start than anyone thought they ever would, and then they got reinforcements. Jesse. Paper Skies' father was a pilot in the USSR Air Force. He does a lot of videos on military incompetence and hiccups. Oh, that sounds really interesting. I might have to check that out. Paper Skies. I kind of really dug Tick's videos about some of the wars and some of the battles. So I guess I'm becoming an old middle-aged guy. I'm watching stuff about war. But it is fascinating to me. Let's see. We got anything else here? All right. Let's check out Bleeding Fool. Leaked footage proves Warner Brothers made a right call. No one needed a DEI Batgirl. I knew it. I have a friend. He likes to argue with me and says he doesn't think it's right that they shelved Batgirl. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. It's not that he even wants to see it. I think he's just making an argument, but I mean, it's Warner Brothers movie. If they want to shelve it, they shelve movies all the time. They shelved that Fantastic Four movie. The first one, the really first one. I guess it was made by Roger Corman's company or one of his guys, and they finished it, and then Christopher Columbus made some noise about making a Fantastic Four movie, so they shelved it. And then they eventually made one, but I don't think Chris Columbus directed it, right? That very first one with, I think the guy from The Shield? Was that the first one? Ardent, if you're into war history, check out The Fat Electrician. He does some great work. Oh, wow. You guys are giving me good tips. Ready to rumble. Mortal Kombat 2 brings new faces and new realms. I am so sick of Mortal Kombat. I don't know why they keep making these movies. I don't think they're really good. Indie Phantom, anything they can shelve at this point is a fantastic call. They should definitely shelve First Steps, by the way. Yeah. Ardent, Chiklis? Yeah, Michael Chiklis. Was he in the first Fantastic Four movie that got wide release? Or was it Chris Evans when he played Johnny Storm? Indie Phantom, Corman had the first, and then Jessica Alba's Invisible Boobs in 2005. Oh, okay. So that was Jessica Alba, and was that Michael Chiklis? It might have been. Jesse, Paper Skies also made a video on Russian propaganda being made for idiots. Also a video on the Tu-22 bomber and how pilots got drunk off the alcohol from the AC system. I love Paper Skies. Oh man, that sounds great. Tim Story directed the one in 2005. JC, both of them were in the FF movie. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the Roger Corman one I hear is just pretty bad. JC, Chickless was the thing. 007 sentence? 007 death sentence. Amy Pascal gets License to Kill in Bond franchise. Yeah, it sounds like Bond's going to be super woke. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a good idea if Amazon bought it and actually made it. They could reboot the whole thing, start over with the first movie, and do it as a period piece and do a super manly Bond the way the books were meant to be read. But they're not going to do that. I don't have any confidence in it. Indie Phantom, yeah, Chickless. You know that dude was blackmailed for years for playing Belushi in the controversial Wired film based on the Bob Woodward tale. He was blackmailed? Why was he blackmailed? JC, the Roger Corman FF is fun in so bad it's good way. Oh, okay. JC, just pretend the series ended with Skyfall. Oh no, I hate Skyfall. I thought Skyfall was terrible. For me, the last one is Casino Royale. Because that one was the only good Craig movie, I think, really. Indie Phantom, Bond went woke with Craig. Let's stop pretending. Dude cried, had a kid, and died. Indie Phantom, blacklisted. Oh, and this was a story. I don't know if we talked about this, so we might have talked about this last week. Indie Phantom, Skyfall and Spectre were awful. Yeah, I didn't see Spectre. After Quantum of Solace, I was so angry. I don't know why I saw Skyfall. I think I saw it because Javier Bardem was in it, and I thought, well, maybe it's a good villain. JC, I didn't like Casino Royale. I liked Skyfall. Oh, strange. Jesse, let's be honest. Austin Powers is better than most of the newer Bond films. Yes. Well, they're a parody of the good Bond films, so. So, Daredevil, the word is the series isn't bad. It's gone back to kind of the Netflix version of Daredevil. Not that it is as good as the Daredevil from the Netflix series, but that it's a lot better, that it's pretty watchable. But, and I don't know, I question that, but the ratings don't show that. And so the talk, I think it was earlier this week. Maybe we talked about this, but I know I talked about it on a video. I contend the Disney brand is damaged, as a lot of people are. It's so damaged because that's proof of the damage, right? They actually produce something halfway decent and nobody cares because people just heard Disney, or it's on Disney Plus is the only place you can see it as far as I know, and it's like no ratings. So what are you gonna do? Let's see. Indie Phantom, Mike Myers is pretty cringe today though. Yeah, I didn't like his Elon Musk bit. I was just like, okay. Indie Phantom, and I laughed during the Love Guru. Oh, you were the one. I heard that's unwatchable, but who knows? Jesse, damn, that's lame, Indy. So yeah, I mean, the Disney brand, again, I think it's damaged. I mean, I don't think that's why Snow White failed. I think it just failed because it sounds god-awful. But, you know, they actually made something good. It's like the Boy Who Cried movie. Here's a movie. Ah, this sucks. Oh, don't worry, the next one will be better. Here's another movie. Oh, that one sucks too. Oh, don't worry, the next one will be better. Oh, here's a new TV show. Oh, it sucks. No, don't worry, the next one will be good. And after a while, people just stop coming. Ardent, not as watchable as So I Married an Axe Murderer. The UK is having a sales boom for children's comics. Well, that's interesting. It's the first positive thing I've heard about comics in a long time. Other than Nexus Scourge by Mike Barron. That looks pretty badass. But it looks like every Nexus comic, really. But Mike Barron is a good writer. If I had any extra money and time, I'd buy it. All right, moving on to the wrap. More on Snow White. Indie Phantom, watch the opening of The Love Guru where he sings 9 to 5. Hot chicks in there too, like Jessica Alba again. Sure, she sank her career like Titanic, but didn't say she was smart. She actually is pretty smart. She started a like a cosmetics line with her money, and she's doing very well with it, last I heard. And then I think she sold it for a lot of money. Jesse, make a parody called So I Married a Communist. Oh, that would be sad. That would be a sad movie. Let's see. Anything else here on the wrap? Oh, I wanted to talk about adolescence. Adolescence writer Jack Thorne joined Smartphone Free Childhood Pack. Empowering parents is vital. Okay, so this week I got blasted in my comments for my call that Adolescence, a TV series, and the basic premise, I don't know if any of you saw it. The premise is there's this kid in school, I think he's about 13, and there's a murder. A girl is stabbed, and he is accused. And it's all about toxic masculinity. And that's the way it's sort of framed. Indie Phantom Zegler can start a hair removal company. Jesse, you know what else is sad? Alec Baldwin. Oh, thank you for reminding me of that. Don't let me forget that. We'll get to that one too. So, anyhow, in the miniseries, it's all about toxic masculinity. And it takes place in the UK. But the thing is, in the UK, in reality, as I know it, as I glean from my various videos and tweets and whatnot, you know, they have a real problem with knife crime and with massive immigration. And a lot of the crime, of course, comes from poor people who move to these other countries and they don't have jobs, or they have kids and they're just on the street doing nothing all day, and they get involved in crime. It's been happening for literally hundreds of years. So they got a real problem with knife crime and a real problem with, you know, toxic masculinity, you might say. But it's not coming from, let's say, the native population. It's coming from a lot of the migrant population. However, the series portrays a kid who's native to England, and it makes it seem like, yeah, this is a real problem. When really, there's a lot of migrant crime in the UK. And so what I basically said in my trailer analysis was they're kind of glossing over that, and it's kind of this attempt to say, yeah, no, the real problem is, you know, the Brits, the native Brits. They're just violent, horrible people, and yeah, forget about all those migrants that have come into the country. And in fact, they've got migrants in it, but they're, of course, all portrayed as super nice people who just want to live their lives. So I got blasted in the comments, one by a teacher in the UK who say, oh, I'm a teacher in the UK, and these kids listen to Andrew Tate, and they come in and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that sounds like you don't have control of your class or your kids. And if it's anything like in the United States, we don't have control of the class or the kids, because teachers aren't respected by the kids. They don't have any real power over them. They know they can goof off and the teacher will pass them anyway. There's no real downside to telling your teacher to go F yourself. When I was in school, there was a big downside. But these days, there's no chance. And even if you call the parents are, half of them are checked out. They come from dysfunctional families. You're not making them any more functional by letting them walk all over the teachers. You're making it much, much worse. And that's what it sounds like it was in the UK with this one commenter. But I don't know. And then other people blasted me, oh, you called it woke, and you called it this, and you called it that. And then a few people were like, oh, you called this right. I just watched it. So it's hard to say. I mean, again, I didn't watch it, but it looks like your standard piece of BBC programming. And when I mean programming programming the brains of anybody who would watch it. Jesse, speaking of the British, the UK just made Trinidadians have to get a visa because a gangbanger from here was seeking asylum. Bunch of twats. Well, I mean, that's the first time I've heard of the UK actually enforcing their immigration laws. I think the Kirasama administration has been making some moves in that direction because it has gotten so bad, but I don't know. But I do know, like, a lot of the stuff that comes out of the BBC has a sort of a grim propaganda slant to it a lot of times. Paul Joseph Watson's covered it in a lot of his videos. You could watch it for yourself, I guess, but yeah, I'll pass. Hard pass for me. I didn't see this headline. Fire erupts at Disney's World Epcot in Florida. Remy's Ratatouille adventure ride evacuated. Oh no! And the worst part is the rats inside the helmets of the firefighters, they got scared of the fire too and they couldn't put it out. No, that's not true. There's no rats in there. Well, maybe a couple guys, but not most firefighters. They can work the fire equipment on their own. But getting back to Alec Baldwin. Yeah, I can't believe there's not a headline here, but so Alec Baldwin, I guess it was earlier this week, he was with his wife, Hilaria, and they were being interviewed, and for some reason, the microphone was in front of her. So they're interviewing his wife for, I don't know what reason. I guess they do a reality show now about their million kids, and so they interviewed Hilaria instead of Alec Baldwin, the famous movie star. And in the middle of the interview, Alec tried to interrupt her, and she basically talked him down on camera and kind of made him look like a schlub. Now, here's my theory, and you may call it a conspiracy theory. Alec Baldwin is an actor. He's an actor with not so great reputation anymore. I think this was all an act. I think it was done specifically to not only promote his new reality show, but to get sympathy for Alec, who kind of doesn't have a lot of sympathy anymore because of the unpleasantness on the set of Rust. So I think it was fake, but that's just me. Indie Phantom, Hilaria chided him. Jesse, Hilaria, that's not funny at all. JEC, where did Hilaria lie about being from? Indie Phantom, Spain. She's from Boston, and she had a fake accent for a while. So I think she and Alec devised the scheme to get him sympathy and give themselves attention. And I think they did that on purpose, because I thought it would instantly when I saw it. JC, I don't think he can afford a divorce. Oh, he absolutely cannot. Not now. Because when I saw it, my instant reaction was, why are they interviewing Hilaria and why isn't the microphone in front of Alec? And I think that's why. And I once met Alec Baldwin briefly, and he didn't seem like the kind of guy who would let his wife chide him, even with the threat of a divorce. And Alec's gone up against guys on the street who have said things to him. He just recently went after that guy who does the Trump imitation. He didn't go after him, but like the guy who's doing the Trump imitation was bothering him, and he threatened him, I think. What did he say? He said, I would break you if you didn't have that camera, or something like that. Storebang is here, and she doesn't remember how to say cucumber in English. So, although Alec Baldwin probably can't afford a divorce, I bet he really can't afford a lawsuit if he beat up, say, that Trump guy, that fake Trump guy. He's pretty good, though. He's pretty funny. He bothered Robert De Niro at a screening of Alto Nights, but De Niro ignored him. Over at Cosmic Book News, more on Snow White. Nobody's Watching Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man it's a total flop. Indie Phantom, she knocked the camera from crackhead Barney. JC, between all the child support he would owe, probably owes money for lawyers after deleting that one girl. He's buck broken. Perhaps. He does have a lot of money, though. Let's see how much Alec Baldwin is worth. Net worth Alec Baldwin. Celebrity net worth $70 million. Yeah, divorce would be very costly. But $70 million buys you a lot of lawyers. JC, he's angry. He's an angry little henpecked man. Perhaps, or perhaps it's an act. He is an actor, and he's a pretty good actor, I gotta say. Alec Baldwin's a good actor. I liked him in 30 Rock a lot. He was good in that. I don't like him now, but... JC, those Spanish chicks from Boston are a real handful. Am I right, fellas? Oh my God. What is that? Voltron. Rita Ora teases role with Henry Cavill, possibly playing Hagar? Oh, that's Hagar. I guess that was a character in Voltron? I don't remember Voltron. I remember the robot. Sony's Amy Pascal, Harry Potter producer, eyed for James Bond reboot. And of course, everybody wants Henry Cavill. I don't think, unless they're going to reboot him back in the Cold War and actually do it right, I wouldn't even waste Henry Cavill on them. Severance doing well. Invincible not doing well. Spider-Man, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man really not doing well. And Jason Momoa is going to be Lobo. New Ballerina. I watched this. I didn't even want to do a trailer analysis of it. It's just John Wick. And he's in it. John Wick is in it. I don't understand what the movie even is at this point. John Wick is just so bleh. JC, I don't believe those figures, those sites say people are worth. The guy has a couple of houses and 1 million kids. 70 million doesn't go far. He isn't working much since Rust. It's true, he has a high overhead, but if he's smart, he cut back. And look, let's say he's got 3 houses. A guy like him's going to have a house on the West Coast, a house on the East Coast. I know he has, or an apartment. He's got like an apartment in New York City, I think. And they're both going to be pretty expensive. And then he's going to have some summer resort somewhere. So those 3, pretty expensive, but he probably owns them, or he's paying the mortgage on them, and then he's writing that off on his taxes. The problem is, now he doesn't have the income coming in to write off. Right? So, what do? You could refinance, or you could dump one of the houses. Like maybe he sold whatever his summer house was, or maybe he sold his LA house. I think he did sell one piece of real estate, and he might have more. I don't know. And you'd consolidate and cut your overhead and, get down to like a sensible budget that you knew on a month by month. Like, I mean, a guy like him, he could blow a couple $100,000 a month, no problem, if he could get it down to that. So I don't think his New York pad is that big a deal, but maybe it is. Maybe he doesn't have an LA place. Maybe he just has a place he stays. So I don't know. He's getting up there. He might as well just call it a day, take his money and run at this point. Indie Phantom. Oh no, Sony talking woman to run bomb. Cavill is DOA at this point. And yeah, I don't really believe the figures on Celebrity Net Worth. They are exaggerated because I typed myself into one of them. I don't think it was Celebrity Net Worth, and it said I was worth a lot of money, and I was just like, what? Ardent. cleaner Furiosa with a shinier guns? Possibly. Jesse, it's a cash cow. It is. JC, Alec Baldwin is not smart. He married a chick from Boston who convinced him she was Spanish. I don't think he believed it, right? I think he just put up with her because she was hot enough and that was okay. Ardent, Social Blade thinks I have 8,000 followers. Do you? What does Social Blade think I have? I don't think it thinks I have that many followers. And then here you got the Toxic Avenger movies coming out for some reason. I don't know why they're doing this. Here's the Toxic... This is Peter Dinklage as the Toxic Avenger, by the way. This just looks bad, bad, bad. So, there he is. I don't understand why they're making this. But... Peter Dinklage, Jacob Tremblay, Taylor Page, Julia Davis, Johnny Coyne with Elijah Wood and Kevin Bacon. JC, he was on the talk shows talking about how his wife was from Spain. Well, I mean, maybe he was in on it. I don't know. But yeah, he might be that stupid. Ardent, LOL, I wish. I have 650 on Twitter, 249 on YT, 153/4 on Rumble. Rumble's climbing, and a smattering on the other socials. Well, good. I'm glad your Rumble's climbing. Mine kind of climbs very slowly. YouTube, like, will climb. I'll get one video with a bunch of hits, and it'll climb for a day, and then it kind of peters out and then stops. But that's kind of the way it goes. You get one hot video, and then you get a bunch of hits. Jesse, I swear celebrity marriage is just publicity. Indie Phantom, Dinklage trolling it up. I don't know why he's in this. It just does. Like, here the guy wants to be this dignified actor. He doesn't want to be the normal dwarf actor who plays elves and hobbits and whatnot. And then he does this. JC, the makeup looks worse than the original, and that was made for $15 in 1984. It absolutely was. Ardent, looks like the Suicide Squad art, and I'm already disinterested. JC, he's a dummy. Indie Phantom, Peter Dinklage is toxic. Ardent, I barely upload to YouTube at all. Might upload one of my profanity-laced rants when I do a good one, just to see if it gets nuked. It might not. It depends. YouTube is really weird. You can say a lot of profanity on YouTube, I believe, and they usually don't care. It's just certain things. It's certain things that set them off. So, for instance, I always say the bad guys from Germany on YouTube, because that's one of the words. I don't know why. It seems stupid. Like, how does that help? Like, I get it if you want to... I mean, I don't necessarily condone it because I believe in free speech, but if you want to knock off all the bad guys from Germany who are around now trying to make videos about being a bad guy from Germany, sure, I kind of get that. You know, especially if it's really threatening or super racist or whatever. I get that. Sure. Maybe you kick off the really extreme ones and the violent ones. But just the word, I mean, like, the guys who do history videos get flagged all the time in the YouTube algorithm, I think. Ardent, Dinklage nearly put himself out of work with his step stool pulling antics. Ardent, LOL sewer slide instead of self-delusion on YT. JC, if you're not monetized, you can get away with a lot. Most of the people self-censoring are trying to get paid by Google. Yeah, I mean, I decided to censor a bit only because I don't know. I wanted to be less. I didn't want to curse a lot, and I feel like if I curse in my videos, I'll curse more in real life, and I don't want to do that. And I do a lot of public speaking now, so I try to like keep it clean unless I really got, once in a while I'll slip and it'll be funny. And that's way the words are funnier, I think. If you constantly curse all the time, it kind of just numbs you to it. JC, if you're not oh, I read that one. JC, I like mid-century Germans. Uh okay. You're allowed to like what you like. Jesse, the flags on history videos are just straight up communist KGB behavior. I think it's just stupid, yeah. It's dumb. It's a bunch of progressive wokies trying to save the world and in the process becoming the very thing that they're trying to fight against. Arden at JC, yeah, I'm not ever getting monetized with my political stances. I think all you need is 1,000 subs. You can set your channel on adults only or 18 and above, and that solves a lot of your problems. That's what I did. Ardent, but there's only so many rants I could do before I drop an F or an R slur. Jesse, I got my last YT channel banned because I spoke against the jihadi religion. Yeah, I imagine that would be one way of doing it. It depends on how outspoken you are and what exactly you say, I think, and how you get flagged. But I think a lot of times if you just don't get flagged, it just goes by the wayside if you have a few hundred viewers or whatever. JC, you're a classy dude, Tony. Leave the slurs to your chat. Yeah, it's funnier when you guys make me say them. That's not an invitation to do that. Ardent, more slurs in the chat. Damn it. See what you've done. All right, let's see what else is going on in that Park Place. Breaking, massive fire breaks out in Epcot. France Pavilion at Walt Disney World, adding to the park's mounting safety concerns. I have never seen so many articles in the past, I'll say 2 years, about things breaking down or catching fire at Disney World. I've never seen so many. And the French pavilion burn, which means it's going to stink because those French, they don't wash. No, I'm just kidding. Ardent, Chaos Goblin today. That's weird, though. It's weird that happens. But I feel like the entire Disney organization's falling apart at the seams. I mean, it just seems like article after article, it's like, oh, Disney has this problem. Universal Epic Universe team member previews infiltrated by influencers undermining the unfinished park's opening with premature reporting. Oh, that seems wrong. JC, all the cheese. Oh, right, the French pavilion. Jesse, honestly, same. Also with airplanes, why is everything crashing all of a sudden? Well, that seems to be the DEI hires that the FAA and the various airlines pushed. And you're not going to catch me on a plane for a long time if you ever do at all. I really don't want to get on a plane. Not now. Hell no. I mean, I was off of planes. I'm a nervous flyer anyway, but now, oh, you couldn't pay me to get on a plane. You'd have to pay me a lot to get on a plane now. I was just friggin' freaked out. A lot of DEI hires, but now they're all being re-scrutinized, thank God. And Elon's talking about updating the towers with Starlink, so that could be good. I would like to think that it's good. Ardent DEI pilots, yeah. There was one airline that was touting, hey, we've got an all-female crew now, and it's like, what, huh? Indie Phantom, drones, DEI, and dummies. Jesse, and my happy ass was hoping to head to Texas. Guess I'm going by boat. I said that to my girlfriend the other day. I said I don't want to get in a plane. I said if we ever go to Europe, I would want. She said I never want to go on a cruise, and I'm like, yeah, I hate cruises, but if I ever want to go to Europe, I would totally take a boat. And she's like, no, I'm not getting on. I'm not taking a boat all the way to Europe. We're getting on a plane if we go to Europe. I'm like, I don't want to get on a plane. I think it'd be better to go by boat. It wouldn't have to be a cruise, though. I mean, there's got to be a way you could just get on the boat and go, and it's like, it's not a cruise, but it doesn't suck. There's got to be a way of doing that. But that's not a problem I have currently, because I can barely afford to go to across South Jersey. JC, that one plane that ended up upside down at Toronto Airport, oh yeah, was flown by a woman apparently. Video looked like she came in too fast. Yeah, I believe so. That might be the case. I don't know that for sure. I don't remember. Maybe that's why you didn't see the pilot, because usually when that happens, there's a plane crash. There's usually a big story about the pilot, right? Like why the pilot was drunk, or what happened, like why did the plane crash? You know, the FAA is looking at pilot so-and-so and his record, and he had crashes before. Not a peep about the pilot after that Toronto plane crash. So I think you may be right. Indie Phantom was thinking that De Niro comedy has been pretty shite, but Midnight Run was a great movie back in the day. Underseen today. It was really funny. He is good in that movie. And you know why? Because De Niro isn't doing the comedy. He's the straight man in that. And it's Charles Grodin, really, is doing a comedy. And the other guy, the guy who plays the FBI agent, I forget his name. Man, he's good in that, too. JC, I watched a video of a pilot reviewing the footage. He was saying it looked like they didn't reduce speed on approach like you're supposed to. Well, it was, I believe it was, wasn't it female pilots that crashed? They were in the helicopter that hit the plane in D.C., I think. They were too high and they crashed into a plane that was either landing or taking off, I forget. More on Snow White, Snow White movie review. Gal Gadot hams, Zegler belts, and audience bolt from this mess of a film. Indie Phantom, yeah, Grodin is so good in that. Breath of fresh air. Yeah, he was pretty good, Charles Grodin. And that was very late in his career, too. I remember when that movie came out and going to see it, and I'm like, how did Charles Grodin get this good of a role? And he was good in it, and De Niro was, like, everybody was great in that movie. JC, the copter pilot was a girl, yeah. There was a rumor it was a trans girl, but I think it turned out to be just a biological female. Arnott, the Toronto airport is also subjected to occasionally brutal wind shear, which a well-trained pilot would have to be prepared for. But don't worry, equity! That's what she screamed as the plane flipped over and they all nearly died. What do I got left here? Breitbart. Even Breitbart's covering Snow White bombs, breaks record for lowest live action remake debut. Indie Phantom. Gal Gadot is taking hits. It's not just Zegler. All are to blame. Yep. JC. Nah, not trans. Just kind of ugly. Oh, do you ever see that guy? He's interviewing people at like a pride event, and he starts interviewing this black woman, and he goes, "Oh, tell us about your journey into, being trans." And she's like, "What? I'm not trans." And he goes, "Oh yeah, no. I realize you're a real woman, but tell us your story." And she just keeps going, I am not trans. And he just keeps making the same mistake over and over. It's so great. She's just so mad and she keeps trying to explain that she's not trans, but she has to keep explaining it in a way that it doesn't sound like a negative, and she can't. Ardent, equity, take the wheel. Good one. JC, yes, the weather was brutal that day. It was minus 16 and windy, just had snowed. Oh, I thought that's a regular day in Canada. Ardent, LOL, the lefty NPC circuit breaking was great. Let's see. Oh, Usher Vance to visit Greenland as Trump talks of acquiring island again. I hope he really does it. I don't think we'll acquire it officially. I think we'll just be running Greenland. Like, unofficially. Like, they'll be their own deal, and then we'll just run the place. Maybe there'll be a territory. I think he might get to that point. Let's see. Trump admin seeking full dismantlement of Iranian nuclear program. I mean, the big ass just keep coming. JC, in February, yes, it's normal. More on Rosie O'Donnell. We talked about that. Arnett, the last Greenlander election had the party in favor of statehood get the most votes. Oh, that sounds promising. All right, let's look at entertainment. More on Snow White, more on Alto Kings, more on Rosie O'Donnell. Mike Myers joins Canada's election campaign alongside Mark Carney with anti-Trump Never 51 jersey. Oh boy. Okay. I think it was a joke. I don't think Trump was serious about it, but I think it's hilarious that people in Canada are outraged by it. Not you guys, because you guys are funny. But, I mean, people like Mike Myers. JC, they'll get independence and the U.S. will buy up all the mineral rights. There's only 50,000 people there. It's a big island. Yeah, it's huge. NBC's Law and Order paints Luigi Mangione like a character as a folk hero. I'm not surprised. Ardent, oof. The election was only just called today, and I'm already sick of this S. Yeah, it's a shame. You're getting a guy who's just as bad as Trudeau, but at least he hasn't done blackface. I mean, you haven't found out he's done blackface yet. I mean, it's pretty probable he's done blackface, but maybe you won't find out about it. JC, now Trump is using reverse psychology, saying he wants the liberals to win. And liberals immediately stopped voting for liberals. That might work. That might work. He wants the liberals. We have to vote for anybody else. Rapper Yella Breezy charged with capital murder and shooting death of rapper MO3. Wow, that's no good. Oh, this was a big story this week. Apple streaming service losing more than $1 billion per year. But that's not much. That's kind of a drop in the bucket for Apple as a whole. So I think it's just a tax write-off for them. They're looking at the long term, and I think long term their library will pay back more than that. They could afford to lose $1 billion a year for the next 10 years, no problem. Ardent mutilated his allowed his daughter to transition at Tavistock, and still a bunch of conflicts of interest that are keeping him out of important meetings. Carney's got a trans kid? Oh my. JC, he's already the prime minister. We'll see if the conservatives beat him. I would have been more worried if Trump said he wants the conservatives to win. What else? Bill Maher, my ex-boss. California needs a sane Doge. Dems appear incapable of fixing taxes and regulations. He's so close to the red pill. Why doesn't he take it? Take the red pill. Maybe when he finally goes and visits Trump, he will take the red pill. And then it'll be off the air. Ardent. Trump has a bad habit of letting things get personal. Poliver probably sank his chances there. JC. Oh, I thought it was weird his son was named Sasha, LOL. Ardent. Unelected. Never elected prime minister who hasn't lived in this country in 13 years. Never elected prime minister who hasn't lived in this country in 13 years. Ardent at JC. Well, Sasha is a unisex name. Yeah, there's Sacha Baron Cohen. And finally, Jimmy Kimmel justifies Tesla terrorism, spreads false bad guy from Germany claims. Yes, that was not a good idea for him to do that. He seemed to think it was all a big joke. And, yeah, but like, you know, that'd be the first time Jimmy Kimmel told a joke on that show in a while. Hey-o! You know, it's so weird to watch the liberals' complete disconnect from violence. Like, violence is now okay on the liberal side of politics, which I find very disturbing and crazy, because it came out of the hippie movement, and they were the opposite of violent. I mean, a few of the hippies got out of control. You know, you had the Weather Underground, but most of the hippies at that time, they were all just into peace, love, and harmony, man. And like, a free love, we're going to have lots of sex. It was fine. I mean, for what it was. Now it's like a contest to see who could get the worst felony and do the most damage on the way into jail. And these people are like cheering it on. Do they not? I guess they just don't understand. Like, none of these celebrities are going to do any of this, right? You're not going to see Rosie O'Donnell key a Tesla, because she'd get sued for every cent she had, because the lawyers would be like, oh, she has money. You're not going to see, you know, Rachel Zegler do any of this crap. It's all, you know, or the guys on the Daily Show. They'll egg it on. Jimmy Kimmel will egg it on. He ain't going to do it. He's not stupid. And I don't think he should do it either. But just to be clear, I don't endorse violence of any kind. But these guys are nuts. Calm the F down. Calm the F down. If half these people believed any of the nonsense that they get propagandized to, they would live completely different lives. Completely different. They don't research things. They don't know things. They just feel things. You know, the United States went from number 1 in education to number 17 because of the Department of Education, basically. But we lost in every possible field, math and engineering, all those things. We went from number 1 and we went down. But there was one category where American students came out number 1 every single time. And for years, we have been number 1. And that is confidence. We are raising millions and millions of confident idiots. And that's the problem. So you've got all these people, they got super confidence, man. Oh, these people are confident. They believe in themselves and they believe in everything they say, but they're stupid. They're dumb. Which is why you can't tell them anything. Because even as it's like idiocracy sometimes. You tell people something and they just don't care. Oh, what about this? Well, I don't know anything about that, but I feel that I'm right. What? That doesn't make any sense. JC, I don't think Carney is very appealing even to liberals. How soon his honeymoon phase will last is the question. Ardent, Klaatu Barada, Nick at Night. Indie Phantom, confidence but no competence. JEC, I saw a chart today showing college prices started to skyrocket in the 80s at the exact same time the introduction of the Department of Education. It was in the 70s, but I think it was the late 70s, mid to late 70s. But it took a few years for it to really get going, so it probably didn't get going until like the 1980. Yeah, I mean, college was super expensive when I went to school, and it's way more expensive now. It's just crazy the amount of prices. I don't know why anybody would go to college now, though. If I had to do it all again, I would totally get a trade and just have that on the side and read and write on the side. I would absolutely 100% do that. I'd probably do auto mechanic, because you can work forever as an auto mechanic. You can work whatever you want. You just need the tools. Although these days you need a computer too, but Ardent, LOL, Carney called the election for the 28th of next month because he knows he's got to get in quick. JC, it was early 80s, says this chart. Well, I think it was formed during the Carter administration, and he was out of office in 1980. So maybe it was 1980 by the time they got it up and rolling, which is weird because, you know, Carter, and I think Carter meant well. He just was kind of a dope. But he wasn't a hypocrite. He sent his own daughter to public school. And there was a SNL sketch about it back when he was president, because Amy Carter was going to public school. And so that they had a sketch where like the Secret Service guy is standing in the classroom with her, protecting her from everything. JC, elections in Canada are supposed to around 40 days long. Be around 40 days long? 40 days? I wish ours were 40 days. I pray that we could reduce our elections to just 40 days or 80 days. I'd settle for 80. And they're now year-long events. They're talking about the midterms now. It's 2 years away. We got an election in Jersey. We got to kick out the Democrats this time around in 2025, put in a Republican governor, hopefully not a rhino, but I'm not confident, and turn the whole state red. We're poised to do it, and we have Scott Pressler on our team. Ardent, Carter wasn't suited to politics. Too nice. Well, he did have skills, but yeah, his image was of a nice guy. He was kind of a nice guy. He was a religious guy. Ardent, they've been running what amounts to election campaign ads since September. What time is it? Oh man, it's 11 o'clock. I gotta wrap this up. Ardent, we weren't set for an election until November. September, October, November. So about 60 days. All right. Indie Phantom, I've never voted Liberal, but all of Canada politicians are degrees of left. Yeah, it's kind of the way it is in Europe, right? You know, that's the problem with the UK. It's just only shades of left. That's a big problem with the Tories. You hear the Lotus Eaters talk about it all the time. You guys need a Lotus Eaters for Canada. In the Phantom, Carter was cringe. You couldn't help but like the guy, though. But yeah, he was pretty cringe. He put solar panels on the White House. And, which, when I heard about it, I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. Because it was like a new thing, and he was trying to... And then Reagan came in, and Nancy didn't like the look of him, and they took him right down. JC, yes, everyone has been screaming for an election since last October. Oh, last October. Well, let's see. Last October, yeah. Ardent, even the PPC is essentially center-left. Yeah, I mean, everything here was kind of that way, until MAGA. And now people kind of are going through this existential dread because they have actual conservatives doing conservative things, but they don't have the baggage, the actual baggage of being racist. See, like back in the day, there were all kinds of racist, and they were mostly Democrats, really. They were Southern Democrats, but the media kind of pushed them on the Republicans and did sort of a media thing where they kind of made it, oh no, the Republicans, they're the racist ones. But there were, as the parties sort of changed positions, the Republicans sort of became the party that some racist would vote for because they didn't like certain things. And they were mostly anti-gay, these people, I think. And so the Republicans didn't want to be anti-gay, but as the issue became more polarized, and that's a strategy in politics, you polarize the issue, sort of forcing the anti-gay guys on the Republicans, and then they have to deal with the fallout of that. Now we're in the opposite thing where the polarization is now falling back on the Democrats. But they did most of the polarization, so they really did it to themselves. So now they have all these lefty maniacs in their own party, and they can't figure out what to do with them. They can't integrate their policies. A lot of their policies are insane. They've got Bernie Sanders, of all people, and AOC making noise about running a presidential campaign. I don't even think Bernie Sanders is going to be alive for the presidential campaign. But sure, whatever. But as Sticks and Hammer says, he doesn't stand a chance in the primaries because the DNC will absolutely rake him over the coals and he'll never get in. So I don't even think he's serious about the run. He may just do it to write another book and make another $10 million or whatever. But AOC is semi-serious, but she doesn't have a chance either because, well, I mean, she's AOC. So, Ardent, we need a red-blooded Christian conservative movement. You need a liberty movement, my friend. Liberty first. That's our new hashtag. James Lindsay came up with it, and I said, that's your hashtag, liberty first. Because it sounds super libertarian. I like it. I think the libertarians should use it. Liberty first. JC, I mean, most of Trump's cabinet are made up of Democrats, and the Dems kicked out RFK and Tulsi. Yeah, this is center. Like the 80s Dems were pretty center. They were pretty broad appeal and pretty reasonable. I mean, they used to get their clocks cleaned by Reagan, but for the most part, they were reasonable. Now they're out of their minds. And I was an 80s Democrat. I mean, I voted Democrat. Was I in the party? I guess I was. I guess I registered Democrat. And I didn't really like Reagan. And I voted for Bill Clinton twice. But by the 90s, I was getting sick of them. And I started to talk about leaving. And I drifted over to libertarianism. Ardent, AOC has vowed to use only lowercase letters to fight capitalism. Oh, that sounds like her. JC, Bernie is the only guy they got with any clout left at all, but he's too old. AOC is just a silly person. Yes. Sticks and Hammer says that Bernie Sanders does surprisingly well in rural areas, and that if he ever got the nomination, he actually could win because he believes that he would get enough rural voters and he would 100% get the blue voters in the cities, and that combination would make him a contender if he ever got the nomination. The problem is the Democrats would never make him the nominee because they wouldn't want his policies, basically. I think the guy to watch out for is Fetterman. Fetterman's being very reasonable. He's probably going to be the new guy who takes over the Democratic Party, whatever's left of it. But, I mean, they're on the verge of pushing him out, too, for his reasonable takes. The other choices are like Amy Klobuchar, Stick said she could probably run. And that new chick from Michigan, Slotkin, I think her name is. She did the response to Trump. It didn't go well, but nobody knows who the hell she is. So any like dark horse candidate? Arden Federstein? That's not his name. JC. I think he could win, but he's too old now. The Dems are on the ropes. They're desperate enough to run Bernie. Ardent. Newsom Whitmer. Yeah, that's more likely. They might, Newsom's got a ton of money. He's the governor of California, and his family runs California. That's Nancy Pelosi and him. They run that place. The Gettys run it. If they want Newsom, they're going to get Newsom, or else you're not going to get the votes in California. You're not going to get any cooperation. They ain't going to run the Dem party for you. Ardent, the straight to hell ticket. Yeah. God, Newsom and Whitmer, what a nightmare. What a nightmare that would be. James Lindsay calls him the American Stalin if he ever got elected president, and I 100% believe him. He's nuts. The only time I've ever seen that dude smile is when he was hanging out with Xi Jinping over in China, and he actually went to China to go visit him, which is utterly insane. He cleaned up San Francisco just for him. And the other time I saw him smile is when he's lying, which is often. JC, Lurch, who had the stroke, the guy who refuses to wear a suit? Yeah, that's him. JC, Newsom's done after the fires. I think so too, but it doesn't mean they won't run him. But you never know what'll happen. So, at this point, I'm pretty sure it's going to be J.D. Vance in 2028, because unless Trump's deal tanks the country, which I don't think it will. I think our economic boom is hopefully just around the corner. Everybody's going to be super happy, and they're going to go, "Oh, thank God we got Trump back. Yeah, let's have 4 more years of this." And then they're gonna elect J.D. Vance, because it's gonna be like, this is the guy. He was Trump's VP. He's gonna do the same stuff, sure. Ardent. Oh, Pope Frank the commie is out of the hospital, but looks rough. Yeah, he's pretty old. He's in his late 80s, I think. JC. He can run the primaries, but he won't go anywhere. 2 more weeks. All right. Let's wrap this up before we get too deep into the political thing. We'll be here for another 4 hours. What did we learn today? Well, we learned Snow White is breaks the record for the lowest live-action remake opening. But for some reason, in certain blue or red counties, some Hispanics really liked it. I guess. If I don't know, what was that? Hollywood Reporter is to be believed. Indie Phantom, we learned that not everyone loves Goodfellas, which is nuts. Yeah, it is. That was a shocking revelation today, Ardent. A shocking revelation. Although I was kind of shocked you guys liked The Irishman. I was kind of shocked at that. I really couldn't get into that one at all. Ardent, tonight we learned the Off-White is worse than the 89 published Punisher. JC, we learned Goodfellas is one of the greatest, most entertaining movies ever made. I think we have a new meme for this channel. Oh, I can't. Maybe we should do a Goodfellas retrospective next week. Ardent, never saw The Irishman. I watched it because I really wanted to see Villa de Roma in the movie and see how they portray it and whatnot. But yeah, it's just not good. It's long. I'm surprised Martin Scorsese, I believe he directed it. I couldn't, it didn't seem like his movie. JC, like is a strong word. It's not that bad, though. I could see what he was going for. Indie Phantom, Irishman was definitely a one-time watch, though. Okay. Okay. I guess I could get behind that. I mean, I did watch it. What else did we learn? We learned Alto Knights and Robert De Niro is pretty much jumped the shark sometime around Ronin or the Score. Ardent, sure, we can do Goodfellas. I'll bring pineapple pizza. I mean, I might as well suffer as fully as possible. JC, yeah, I wouldn't want to watch it again. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't watch a lot of movies twice. I really don't. I mean, I see a movie if I remember it, and I really liked it. I don't need to see it again. I kind of replay it in my head, but and then if I do start watching something I've seen before, I start remembering it and I go, "Oh, I know what's going to happen." And then I kind of lose interest. Indie Phantom, way better than Killers of a Flower Moon. That looked awful and long. I think that was 3 hours too, wasn't it? Too long. Too long. And they tried to make that actress a thing, and it just didn't seem to work out. I don't know why they pick an actor or an actress and say, okay, this is a new thing. You're going to love him. And they just seem to be like there. Like, I understand if you pick like Rachel Zegler, I kind of almost understand it if you had promoted the singing part of her. But like, to me, if I was going to promote Rachel Zegler, I would be like, okay, we're going to go into this room and I'm going to say, hey, everybody, Rachel Zegler is here. Would you like to hear a song? And then she'd sing a song. And everywhere she'd go, she'd sing a song. Because that to me would like endear her to everybody. You know, the moment she came onto a talk show, who the hell cares what she has to say? Have her sing. Right? That would endear her to people. People go, wow, she's a really good singer. I don't know. They used to do that with celebrities. Like, if they were a comic, they did comedy. If they were, you know, a juggler, they juggle. Not come out and talk about politics. JC, I've seen Goodfellas like 20 times at least. I'd watch Snatch and Baby Driver again any day. Those were pretty good. I enjoyed both those movies. I really like Snatch. I really like Guy Ritchie's direction. I probably could watch Guy Ritchie movies a second time. Just because I love the scenes where he's doing that slow-mo shots. And when I love the Sherlock Holmes movies when Robert Downey Jr.'s doing I gotta punch here, I gotta do this. Indie Phantom. Yeah, no time for rewatches these days. I sometimes watch old stuff that I know was cool. JC, make her record a pop album and promote her to teenage girls. Yeah, that's a good idea too. I'm surprised she hasn't done it. That girl from the Alkalite tried to do it, but nobody liked her, I don't think. Ardent, I intentionally hunt older stuff, trying to find Iron Eagle for free right now. JC, she looks good with her hair and makeup and done up on the pic on the screen. Yeah, that's her when she looks good. Ardent, anyway, good night. Good night. Indie Phantom, good night all. Ardent, it's almost 1 here and I have a long drive first thing to get tires changed and groceries. Good luck. JC, Snatch is okay, but it's kind of Goodfellas ripoff. Goodfellas mixed with Tarantino. Yeah, that's what I kind of like about it. But I like the music in, is it Snatch? No, it's Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I got the soundtrack for that. Oh, there's the soundtrack. God, I couldn't think of a good soundtrack. Check out the soundtrack for Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Has some really good songs on it. All right, I'm going to wrap it here. See what little Joan is doing. So thanks for tuning in. and good night, and have a pleasant tomorrow. Doom, 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 doom.